A pleasant summer afternoon to everyone. I'm your host for this afternoon session. I'm Dr. Jose Victor Torres from the History Department of the De La Salle University. Today, we are going to talk about something that is so Al-Lasal. You can probably call it as Al-Lasal because we always known the university as a business school, but today we are going to look at the DLSU in a very different way. We are going to focus on DLSU as a part of our country's heritage education. Little do I think that little do we know no, that building at the end of Taft Avenue near Vito Cruz, that white four-story building, is already 100 years old. The LS building, or the St. LaSalle Hall, is already was built from 1920 to 1924. So you can see now that you have a old but modern building that has become part of a city's heritage and a school's heritage. The title of our session will be Heritage LaSalle. The panel that you're going to be introduced to views De La Salle as a heritage education institute in various perspectives and positions: an architectural site, a model of Catholic formation, of higher education, a composite of exciting narratives of people, values, and culture, a habitat of green environment, an effort of restoration and conservation, and a resource to the city, and of course, a valuable part of the history and heritage of our country. I'm going to introduce now the speakers to this to this sorry to this panel. Kindly, may I ask the honored panelists of this session to kindly open your video cams so at least that your audience can view the distinguished panel that they will be with this afternoon. Dr. Fernando Santiago is Associate Professor of History at the De La Salle University, Manila. At present, he is the Director of the Southeast Asia Research and Hub, or Search, at the same university. And it is probably with his institution, this institution, that this webinar has become possible. So there's much to thank the Search and, of course, Dr. Santiago. Um, he also served previously as Assistant Dean for Research and Advanced Study of the College of Liberal Arts. Dr. Santiago is the former Vice President of the Philippine Historical Association, a member of the Social Science Research Ethics Board, the Philippine Social Science Research Council, and a former member of the Advisory Council of the National Historical Commission of the Philippines. His research interests include rural history, Southeast Asian history, local history, oral history, and biographies. His topic for this afternoon is Animo Lasalle, Lasallian Cultural Heritage and Identity Information. Our second panel is Dr. Jose Victor Jimenez. He is an assistant professor and a former vice chair of the History Department at the De La Salle University, Manila, where he has been teaching for over 3 decades. Professor Jimenez obtained his Bachelor of Arts degree in History from the De La Salle University and his MA and PhD major in the same discipline from the University of Santo Tomas Graduate School. Dr. Jimenez is a lifetime member of the Philippine National Historical Society, the Manila Studies Association, the Philippine Historical Association, and the American Studies Association of the Philippines. His research interest lies in institutional history, and he is basically, we know as the Lasallian historian, where he wrote his completing a history of the De La Salle University from 1911 to 2012. He has served as an evaluator of textbooks and research projects, and he has published in refereed academic journals and read papers in national and international conferences. His paper is focusing on educating the whole person, Centennial history of the liberal education at the De La Salle University. Our third speaker is Brother Michael Valenzuela. He is a brother of the Christian schools and works as a consultant and part-time instructor at the De La Salle College of St. Benilde, Manila. He has taught at other Lasallian institutions, including the De La Salle University, De La Salle Lipa, and University of St. Lasalle in Bacolod. He holds a bachelor's degree in English and Comparative Literature from the University of the Philippines, a master's degree in Religious Studies from the Maryhill School of Theology, and a doctorate in Religious Education from the Ateneo de Manila. He has served on two international commissions in Lasallian research, the International Commission on the Brothers' Rule, and published articles on religious education and spirituality, and is active in forming Lasallian mission partners in the Philippines. His paper will be Doing Good, Doing Well, Educating for Work in the 21st Century. Our last speaker for this afternoon is Lester Ian Saulog. He is currently the District Archivist of the De La Salle Brothers of the Philippines and in East Asia. As an archivist, he is responsible for safekeeping documents and other resources that narrate the story of the work of the De La Salle Brothers, not only in the Philippines, but in the rest of East Asia. Before being appointed as the district archivist, he worked at the Department of Education, serving as an executive assistant in the Office of the Secretary. He graduated with a degree in history from the De La Salle University and has a master's degree in cultural heritage studies from the University of Santo Tomas. His paper, Jewels in Between Pages, discusses the archives of the De La Salle Brothers. Our panelists will be delivering their papers one after another. Then you have 15 to 20 minutes per presentation, after which we will open the session for a question and answer with our audience. So we can start the session first with Dr. Santiago.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for that introduction, Dr. Torres. So the title of my presentation, excuse me, is Animo Lasalle, Lasallian Cultural Heritage and Identity Formation. When I sent this title to Dr. Shirley, I underestimated the breadth, okay, of what the title suggests. So given that I only have 15 minutes for the presentation, 15 to 20 minutes for the presentation, but it is grounded on quite a simple premise, and that is Lasallian identity, can be derived or is derived from Lasallian cultural heritage, and that Lasallian cultural heritage is just around us. Because I guess I failed to include in the bio note that I sent to the organizers that one of my research interests is also identity studies. So not only national or even racial identities, but even I'm also interested in the identity of Lasallians, or what does it mean to be Lasallian. So well, these are the highlights of my presentation. It will be an introduction to Lasallian culture to non-Lasallians. I understand that many of our participants in the audience today are not affiliated with Lasalle. So this will be sort of an introduction, okay, for you. And then, well, the other one is that the cultural heritage of De La Salle University, its rituals, social customs, traditions, among others, signs and symbols, that cultural heritage influences the sense of identity, loyalty, and behavior of its community. So, and when I say the community, it's well, everyone in Lasalle, from the students, the faculty, the staff, etc. Now, Lasallians can be so immersed in the school spirit Okay, there's so much around them that that hints, okay, to what it means to be Lasallian. That since it's so common, it's always there. There's a tendency to disregard, okay, and not realize the cultural heritage and inheritance that they get from the institution. And then, the last part of my presentation will be about how important it is to nurture institutional memory to sustain heritage. Okay, so through the study of history, well, I'm a historian, the same with Dr. Jimenez, who will speak after me. Dr. Jimenez is really the expert, okay, on Lasallian history, or at least the history of the LaSalle University. But I will discuss a bit the value of having historical awareness and sustaining or nurturing the community memory. Uh, well, the importance of having oral history projects, okay, because De La Salle University is quite known for its oral history collection. I think it is the biggest in the Philippines, and it is one of the important collections of the De La Salle University Library. The methodology is also associated with the history department of the university, and so it's a resource that should be maximized. Okay, so we can conduct oral histories to again sustain the heritage. But repositories are also important. Where do we keep, okay, these interviews? Where will all these other symbols of Lasallianness, okay, be preserved, or how will we see its evolution, okay, its development over time? So repositories are also very important. So these are the highlights of my presentation today. And so let's start with this. Okay, so this is an old question. Uh, Lasallite ba or Lasallian? Okay, so heritage and identity. Uh, Lasallians today used to be called Lasallites. But when you ask Lasallians, okay, especially students, sometimes I tease students by asking them, what does it mean to be a Lasallian? You call yourself to be a Lasallian. What does it mean to be a Lasallian? And very often, uh, they find it difficult to respond. Okay, they say, well, I'm a student of LaSalle, but it's not enough that you are just a student of LaSalle to be a Lasallian. Okay, so, and when they are pressed, okay, to go deeper, I cheer for the LaSalle basketball team or any other LaSalle team. That's not enough to be a Lasallian. So very often, such students end up sort of having an identity crisis. Okay, so it's what do you call this? It's called cognitive dissonance. Okay, so when you challenge their perceptions of their truths, okay, sometimes they are also challenged to go deeper and seek further. Okay, what their truths or their truth or truths really mean. So I sometimes do that. Okay, when I teach some students, but very often, uh, well, they really have difficulty, okay, explaining what it means. Now, the name, okay, that one calls oneself can influence, okay, how one perceives one's identity. In the past, as I said earlier, the students of LaSalle College, and then later De La Salle University, uh, were referred to as Lasallites. But I think it was in the 1980s when there was pressure, okay, or at least when the brothers worked hard on changing the name to Lasallian, because by then the students of the institution uh, had developed a reputation for, being people of pedigree, people of high class, okay, and the institution being very exclusive. And somehow these, although I mean, for some people these are actually good, okay, it's not necessarily bad for some people, but it seems that these stereotypes were not consistent with the values and the virtues of the founding father, who is Saint John Baptist de La Salle. Now, well, if you read some literature, okay, if you search online, or if you read some of the publications of the university, you'll find that while Lasallites may be associated with pedigree, class, and exclusivity, the term Lasallian is more associated with the one who lives the virtues of the founding father, St. John Baptist de La Salle. And just very quickly, okay, just to summarize what these virtues are, and Brother Valenzuela, of course, may correct me, okay, if I'm wrong, but it's faith in the presence of God, okay, the concern for the poor, okay, the poor and the marginalized, respect for all persons, the recognition of the dignity of every individual, of course, the value and importance of education, and the inclusivity of the community. So these are traits, okay, that should define what a Lasallian is. And well, based on observation of my fellow Lasallians, okay, so I guess that's another detail I forgot to mention in my bio note, that I am a product of LaSalle Green Hills, LaSalle Taft. And well, these are also virtues that I have observed in most, okay, most of my, or if not all, okay, of my fellow Lasallians. So in terms of the heritage that uh, we we get from LaSalle, um, I mean, sorry, included in the heritage that we get from LaSalle are these values. Okay, these are important aspects of Lasallian culture that are intangible. Okay, you cannot really see them. Okay, you cannot touch them, but they are there, and these are fundamental. Okay, elements of that cultural heritage. Now, what are the other um, elements, okay, that would seem so ordinary that we fail to recognize them as being definers of our identities? Sorry, our identity. You know, Lasallians will recognize a fellow Lasallian when the other person knows the same prayers, sings the same alma mater, okay, shouts or screams the same battle cry, which is Animo, and you know, likes green, okay, green and white, prefers the green archer, okay, and at least recognizes the university logo. So again, these may look like or may seem like shallow or simple representations of Lasallian identity, but you know, these are very important in creating our understanding of who we are and what we are. So, for example, the Lasallian prayers. Uh, so we start our prayer with, let us remember that we are in the most holy presence of God. Okay, and earlier I showed you the values, okay, of Lasallians as part of their heritage or inheritance. And faith in the presence of God is the first one. The next prayer is, I will continue, oh my God, to do all my actions for the love of you. Okay, and then every Lasallian knows St. John Baptist de La Salle, pray for us, and live Jesus in our hearts forever. And these prayers, of course, are not exclusive only to the LaSalle University. They are prayed in all Lasallian institutions in the Philippines and around the world. I don't know, Brother Mike, if it's true, but I heard once that if you're, if you're in a foreign country and you're very hungry, you lost all your money, all you need to do is to knock on a Lasallian institution, the door of a Lasallian institution, and they'll ask you a password. Okay, and it's supposed to be one of these four. Okay, so of course I can't divulge it, but there is such a story. Okay, that go anywhere in the world and knock on the door of a Lasalle institution, and if you need help, and they will ask you, and well, the password is one of these four prayers. Okay, well, which I won't divulge, but you have, it's down to four. Okay, so the next one, of course, is the alma mater hymn. The alma mater hymn, some of you might think, is a song that has been sung since 1911 when the institution was established. But the truth is that the hymn was really adopted by the university only in 1964. And well, this hymn, okay, was composed by Brother Stephen Malaki, FSC, with Brother Bonaventure Richard, FSC. Okay, and well, again, I'm sure that many of you are, well, those who are Lasallians have heard this enough, but for the sake of the unfamiliar, let me just play the hymn for you. It's around a minute long. Oops, sorry. And so again, that was the alma mater hymn. And I know that there are actually non-Lasallians who have also memorized this hymn because they cheer for the LaSalle basketball team. Well, again, to the members of the audience, the truth is I'm also indoctrinating you to become Lasallians like me. Okay, I'm just kidding. But I do hope, okay, that you will support our teams when they compete in athletic activities. But the alma mater hymn, when sung, is one that brings pride, a sense of glory. Okay, in times of victory, it gives that sense of pride and glory, and in times of defeat, which happens too, it also gives us some comfort. Okay, so there is this sense of coming home when you hear the alma mater hymn wherever you are in the world, and beyond the meaning of the words, there's also that connection. Okay, a connection to the community, a connection to the campus. It revives memories. Okay, be they glorious memories or sad memories, but they bring back the hymn. Okay, can bring you back to Lasalle. Now, I know I'm a bit limited in time. Some other symbols would be the green archer. Again, some might think that the green archer has been there since 1911. It was not adopted until 1940 as the symbol, okay, of the LaSalle students. Okay, I don't think it's officially a symbol of the university, but we do have a sculpture of this green archer in campus. By the famous artist Castrillo. Okay, you'll find it in the middle of the campus, but it wasn't adopted until 1940. And yeah, aside from this, another symbol would be the De La Salle University logo. And what you find at the center of the logo is the 5-pointed star, okay, which is the Signum Fidei star. And it is described as the sign of faith, okay, as a sign of faith and the symbol of the Salle Brothers. Okay, the star also means hope. The 5 points bisected into green and white areas represent benevolence, civility, humanitarianism, service-oriented goals, and scientific pursuit. So that's what it symbolizes now. That description you will find on the De La Salle University website. Okay, it's always been there. Okay, but I don't know if how many people would even realize it. Now there are 2 laurels underneath, okay, which represent glory and honor, and the motto, okay, of the LaSalle University, which is known by every Lasallian, Religio, Mores, and Cultura. Okay, so it forms an arc above the laurel leaves. And lastly, the LaSalle University serves as a border around the upper portion of the seal, and the word Manila is carried at the bottom of the seal. Now, just very quickly, I mentioned 2 other. Well, what I didn't get to discuss was the school colors, okay? Because the international color of LaSalle is not actually green. Okay, so some of you might get scandalized. Oops, sorry. Some of you might get scandalized to learn that the actual color of the international color of LaSalle is blue and gold. Okay, which might be associated with some other school. And well, the story is that well, by the time LaSalle was going to compete in inter-school sports, well, unfortunately, another institution had already claimed the blue and gold, And since many of the early Salle brothers were from Ireland, okay, they decided to adopt green, okay, which is the color associated with the Irish people. Ireland, in fact, is called as the Emerald Isles. And why white? Why green and white? Well, white, okay, is associated with the Philippines because the Philippines is known as the Pearl of the Orient Seas. So the color of pearl, which is white, and the green color from Ireland, okay, which is where the early brothers came from, is where the school colors are derived. Dr. Torres, please feel free to interrupt me if I'm going over time. Okay, so again, those may seem to be shallow representations of identity. They're just there. We always see them. Some of us don't even see them anymore. Like, you know, behind me, there's one. Okay, you see that building, I mean, over there. And very often, since we see them all the time, they're always there, we fail to recognize their value. Okay, so sometimes the most valuable things are also the simplest. You don't have to go too far, too deep, okay, to see the importance of, or sorry, the effects or the impact of certain things may have on you. So, but what is important is that all Lasallians have this kind of historical awareness, because historical awareness adds weight, okay, to these symbols. So, you know, in my very short um, narration, I've told you about the early years of the university. I've told you about, you know, parts of its history, which can all be found in these symbols around us. Now, historical awareness is different from community memory. Just the other day, I gave this lecture where I discussed the same thing. Historical awareness relies on the study of history. So in other words, you don't just believe what you've heard about the past. It involves looking at the documents, you know, going back to the sources, and then finding details that you've never known before, or even constructing your own version of history based on the sources that are available. So it's important that Lasallians continue going back to the, you know, even the blueprints of the buildings, the early documents of the first set of brothers, uh, you know, even things like photographs from the massacre of the Second World War. But all of these, okay, are part of who we are. They define us, okay, and they must be studied, okay, so as not to get detached from who we really are and where we came from. Now, community memory is different from historical awareness in the sense that it is based more on what we just remember, what our parents told us, the older generation of Lasallians have told us, what you know, what's part of the social memory of the campus, because that also is part of what defines us as Lasallians. Uh, Not all of them may be historically accurate. Okay, I said earlier that the reason why Lasallian was adopted was because it was to bring in a new uh, image, okay, of a Lasallian who was more in tune with the values of the founding father. But yet you would hear some people say that the reason why Lasallite was abandoned was because Lasalle started allowing girls or women to enroll. So when Lasalle became co-ed, Lasallite sounded too masculine, so they made it Lasallian. Okay, but I don't think that is the actual reason for the change. Okay, but that is nonetheless part of the stories or among the stories that you would hear. There's a story about, if you see that behind, oh sorry, that behind me on top of that triangle is actually Saint John Baptist de La Salle with his hands stretched. And when some students, well, there are stories that when some students would ask the earlier brothers, brother, what does that mean? Why is Saint La Salle pointing that way? And the brothers would say, well, because we are an all-boys school and Saint La Salle is pointing to Saint Scholastica. And basically, what's he doing? He's showing you where the girls are. Okay, they're over there. So mga kwento, okay, pero wala naman talagang basehan, hindi naman sinadya, okay, etc. Anyway, so Dr. Torres, do you have time? Or have
Last
I
one
gone?
minute.
Okay, sorry. Well, the sustained oral histories can be quite valuable. I hope the institution will support the history department if we do embark on this effort. And basically just a dialogue of with alumni from the old and new generations to see how our heritage has continued and changed over time. You know, time is a flux. So the past is connected to the present, but you know, within that flux is also some development, transformation, even deterioration possibly. So older Lasallians, for example, would refer to the institution as Lasalle, okay, with that thick American accent. So listen to the old timers; they call it Lasalle, not Lasalle, neutral. But some of the younger ones, they call the institution Losol. Okay, so and I think there's even an orientation they teach you how to say Losol. Uh, you know, there's so many details that can be captured. In my time, you know, before attending a UAAP game against Ateneo, we had an orientation on how to survive. Okay, so it's not how to get beaten up or killed. Okay, we even had, I remember one of our PE was street fighting. I don't know if that was meant for the Ateneo Lasal games. Okay, but but it could have been. Well, lastly, well, again, all of these should be preserved, and that is why the library and the museum can be valuable repositories for such well parts of Lasallian heritage. And I do hope, okay, that the library and the museum will get the support that it is receiving. It will continue to get the support that it is getting, and that it would recognize its important role in nurturing the institutional memory. So the Lasallian cultural heritage is just all around us Lasallians, okay? And these are what define our identity. So I'll end my presentation here. Thank you very much. And sorry
Thank
for the
you very
extension.
much, Dr. Santiago, for helping us understand what a Lasallian is and what a Lasallian should be. Our second speaker is Dr. Jose Victor Jimenez with his paper on educating the world to the whole person, a centennial history of the liberal education at the De La Salle University. Dr. Jimenez.
Sorry po. Okay. The intent of this paper or this presentation is to trace the history of the liberal education at the De La Salle University from the pre-war period to 2018, focusing on its objectives and trusts, the general education curriculum, and the development of the degree programs in the undergraduate level. Oh my. Now, let's talk about the objectives of the College of Liberal Arts. The 1960s, the School of Liberal Arts aimed to provide the students with training geared towards making them effective citizens, to develop in the student this liberal arts thinking for himself and expressing himself effectively, which are basic in the formation of a core of leaders who can eventually play a vital and significant role in national affairs. In the 1970s, you have the College of Arts and Sciences strove to provide the De La Salle student with a basic liberal education background in the sciences and the humanities. It aspired to instill in the student a sense of national identity and Christian orientation reflective of the backbone of the Lasallian educational tradition. In the 1980s and the 1990s, the College of Liberal Arts continued to provide the student with a liberal education background in the humanities and social sciences and develop in the student competence in any of the specific academic fields of study he or she chooses to pursue. The liberal arts courses aim to instill in the student a strong sense of commitment, a concern for the social and political problems of the country. In 2011, the College of Liberal Arts articulated its desire to develop the students into ethically committed leaders and knowledge producers grounded in the humanities and social sciences towards social transformation in the global community. Now, let's talk about the general education curriculum and how it developed over time. Following the revival of the liberal arts program in 1953, the study of arts and Sciences, or the so-called general education, became an integral part of the curriculum of the different degree programs and was broadened to include several units of humanistic studies, embracing language, literature, philosophy, and religious studies, the natural sciences and mathematics, and the social sciences. In a thought-provoking article, Samuel Wiley asserted that the students in the professional courses of engineering and commerce should be given a solid grounding in the humanities. The significance of Wiley's assertions found meaning in the university's move to liberalize, quote unquote, the professional courses, that is anchoring them on the liberal arts. One important step towards the liberalization of these courses was undertaken in school year 1963 to 1964 and then implemented in school year 1964 to 1965. Then academic dean Dr. Waldo Perfecto formulated the guidelines for such a policy where courses were made to appear on the basic sciences, of which there are the applications, commerce and economics, engineering on science and mathematics, education and communication arts, and the behavioral sciences. Another significant move was made in the 1970s, and this included the implementation of integrated humanities program and interdepartment efforts involving 6 disciplines: philosophy, religion, history, political science, economics, languages and letters, and behavioral sciences. Reducing the 33 units of the humanities courses to 18 units, the program aimed to integrate the different subjects into one coherent and developmental whole, doing away with the traditional practice of teaching the stated subjects in an individual and compartmentalized manner and creating a tapestry of intellectual development situated within proper historical periods and sparingly treated in an interdisciplinary manner. The humanities program for the School of Commerce took effect in school year 1973-1974. Interestingly, focusing on the main theme, human phenomenon, the school adopted the following sub-themes. So you have here Humanities 1, Man in Search of Meaning, then Humanities 2, Link with the Past, Humanities 3, Link with the Past Part 2, Humanities 4, The Present Predicament Part 1, Humanities 5, The Present Predicament Part 2, Humanities 6, Towards the New Man in the New World. Implemented in 1977, the humanities program of the College of Engineering had technology and a human milieu as its theme and aimed to achieve the following objectives: reinforce and deepen the Christian vision of reality, make the future engineer aware of the value of the humanities in his personal growth as a technologist, lay the foundation for a social commitment to Philippine development through industrialization. In consonance with the continuing efforts of the university to provide the students with a well-rounded education, the new core curriculum was implemented in 1993. To be taken by the students regardless of degree programs, the core curriculum seeks to integrate Lasallian values into the syllabi of social sciences, humanities, philosophy, religion, natural sciences, and mathematics courses. Among the values that the students should imbibe were nationalism, intellectual honesty, critical thinking, social awareness, and social responsibility. Of course, most of the subjects within the core curriculum were taken by the students in their first 2 years. The De La Salle University implemented a general education curriculum in school year 1996-1997. It was revised the following year to incorporate the minimum requirements prescribed by the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, in accordance with the Republic Act number 7722, or the Higher Education Act of 1994. The curriculum was a required program of education designed to equip the learners with the basic cognitive, affective, and social competencies. It was hoped that a university graduate should possess good oral and written communication skills, can exercise a higher level of thinking, can deal with diverse group of people, and is morally guided in making life decisions. From that time on, the curriculum had not gone through substantive changes. In 2002-2003, the general education curriculum merited urgent consideration. So there were 2 reasons for the implementation of a new GE. One, the information that graduates of De La Salle University, Manila lack the basic competencies required to be competitive in today's society. And second, the global movement towards rethinking the foundations of higher education, which led to a review of process to ensure that the university curriculum continues to be responsive to the changing requirements of an emerging knowledge society in a globalizing environment. In school year 2, okay, that's already done. On the first term of the school year 2004-2005, a committee on the Lasallian Pedagogical Framework was created by the Office of the Vice President for Academics and Research to articulate a framework of instruction which will help achieve the goals and objectives of the revised general education curriculum. The new Lasallian core curriculum integrated three components: the foundational, the formative, and integrative courses. And the revised curriculum transcends content and emphasizes the development of thinking skills, learning competencies, and values, which would enable the Lasallian graduates to effectively participate in varied developmental pursuits in their immediate community, the country, and the world. Okay. So how did the School of Liberal Arts evolve into the College of Liberal Arts that it is now today? So educated at De La Salle College and the University of Santo Tomas, Professor Emeritus Ariston Strada, after serving as provost in 1956, he served as Dean of Liberal Arts for 4 years from 1963 to 1967. Now, in 1953, 6 years after the opening of the College of Engineering, the School of Liberal Arts was reestablished and came under the leadership of Brother Lambert Edward, FSC, who was then Dean of De La Salle College. Giving due importance to the science program in the college, the School of Liberal Arts was renamed in 1973 as the School of Arts and Sciences, with Patricio Ceballos as its dean. When De La Salle College acquired university status, the so-called school as an administrative unit was transformed into a college. Thus, the College of Arts and Sciences came into being. Ceballos remained at the helm of the college, while Rosario Jocong Jose was appointed as associate dean. In order to further develop the basic science programs, the Council of Deans, in its March 2, 1982 meeting, approved the proposal presented by Dean Exaltacion Ramos, calling for, among other things, the split of the College of Arts and Sciences into two colleges, namely the College of Liberal Arts and the College of Science. Okay, so by 1917, you have here Mr. H. O'Malley, the superintendent of private schools, granted De La Salle a charter authorizing it to confer the 2-year degree of Associate in Arts. Okay, and the 1929-1930 catalog describes the earliest arts program as a broad liberal course of studies covering a period of 2 years. But there existed no fields of specialization for the arts degree. The Associate in Arts degree was eventually continued for 3 reasons. One, it stemmed from within, an institutional incapability to sustain it, as there was lack of teaching staff for this course. And the second one, probably because many other private colleges offered students the same degree and the lack of demand or market for the arts program. So when the liberal arts were restored in 1950s, the following degree programs were offered: the Bachelor of Arts regular program, the combined double program in liberal arts and commerce, the liberal arts education curriculum. Okay, so just to... Now, the lone field of concentration from 1953 to 1964 was social sciences. And then the divisional major in social studies was replaced by a major in history political science for a more thorough concentration in these two fields. And the history political major was under the social sciences department. And the history courses were offered in a sequential manner such that the students were to first take courses touching on Western history before they move on to Asian history, of which the final phase was the study of the forces that shape Filipino culture. The historical and political studies remained operational even when the program was assigned to the history political science department, which was formed in the 1970s. Now, according to Dr. Foronda, the History Political Science Department was organized because it was perceived that there was a felt need to have the Department of History Political Science rather than Social Science. Social Science is broad, so there were not so many students taking up that major and it could not support itself. And then later on, in the latter part of the 1970s, the curriculum underwent changes and included more political science subjects. And then the separation of the history political science major program took effect in 1984 by virtue of a decision made by the Council of Chairpersons of the Council of Deans in 1983. And according to Dr. Foronda, there was difference in disciplinary orientation and that there was a felt need to separate them because it was beginning to be big. So on the part of Dr. Corpus, she said that the real motive was to develop both disciplines. The Department of History discarded the West-East sequence, and the focus of the new curriculum showed a strong thrust on the Philippine area, complemented by Asian, European, and American courses. As a consequence of the split, the Political Science Department was established. The Political Science major included courses on political economy, political theory, political dynamics, international relations, comparative government, and public administration. And then the Political Science Department started to accept majors in AV Development Studies in the second term of school year 1975-1996. And the program was conceived to address the pressing concern of the country to achieve that level of development that will raise it from present marginalized economic situation. Then the economics major program was introduced in 1965 to respond to one particular demand of the period, and that the need for economies with sound business education. Upon the approval of the Academic Council in 1966, the literature program was opened as another option for specialization. And that literary study broadens and integrates the students' awareness of reality with the concrete existential insights of the literary artist who thinks both with mind and the heart coupled with imagination. And then the mathematics, East Asian studies, behavioral sciences, and philosophy and letters degree programs were added to the list of majors between 1968 and 1975. Of course, mathematics was introduced in line with the increased emphasis on the analytical approach to all fields in the modern technological age, was eventually phased out in 1988 because it did not belong to the realm of social sciences. Handled by the History Political Science Department, the East Asian major, as part to awakening the Lasallite amateur awareness of his Asian identity. It was not limited to courses on East Asia, since it also covered the history of the Philippines and Southeast Asia and other aspects of Asian life. Okay, and then it was not until 1981 that the Asian Studies program with concentration in Japan and China commenced. And soon, the Japan Studies program and the research-oriented China Studies program were developed and then coordinated by the International Studies Office. Attached to the History Department, the Area Studies Division supervised the Japan Studies program, the China Studies program, and the French Studies program, which later on became the European Studies because of generous support from the European delegation. Okay. And then soon you have here the De La Salle College started to offer the behavioral sciences major in 1970. And then this resulted in two tracks, the behavioral sciences department, sociology and anthropology, and the psychology track. So you have here the behavioral sciences program and the psychology program. And then the philosophy and letters degree program was a combination of courses in both philosophy and literature. And subsequently, the philosophy department offered courses leading in AB philosophy. The subjects, of course, varied from ancient philosophy to modern philosophy, from philosophy of history to political philosophy, and electives on Filipino philosophy and tribal philosophy. And to contribute to the development of science in the country, the De La Salle University deemed it essential to design and offer Bachelor of Science degree programs. So you have here programs in math, physics, biology, and chemistry started in 1974. And then the Communication Arts program was instituted in 1974. And then the Organizational Communication program was implemented in 1993, and the department was renamed as the Department of Communication in the same year. Okay. And then in 1980, it is well to mention that the Humanities program was interdisciplinary in character, covering a wide range of topics such as history, philosophy, language, and politics. And then in 1981, the De La Salle opened a program in Philippine Studies at the undergraduate level. Okay. And then you have still the Philippine Studies. I already mentioned the AB and Behavioral Sciences. Then it would be important to mention that in 1997, the AB in Behavioral Sciences major in Organizational Systems Development and the AB in Behavioral Sciences major in Social Planning and Development attained government recognition. Okay, by way of summing up, for a century, the commitment of De La Salle University to its mission of providing the students with liberal education background never diminished. The arts program that was inaugurated in 1917 was short-lived because of lack of demand and manpower problem. The College of Liberal Arts created programs and undertook curricular innovations leading to the combination of liberal arts with other degrees. It also streamlined and strengthened existing programs, all of which were undertaken for the sake of service, national development, educational relevance, upliftment of human life, and promotion of knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jimenez, for showing us one segment of the history of the De La Salle University to one of its colleges. Our next speaker will be Brother Michael Valenzuela, who will talk about doing good, doing well, educating for work in the 21st century. Brother Michael.
Right. Okay. My subject today is work, and what I propose to do is take you into a deeper reflection on the nature of work and why I believe many of the crises we face today, from mental health to poverty to global warming, are tied to the way we perceive work, which in turn shapes our practice. What does this have to do with LaSalle? From the very beginning, De La Salle schools were intended to prepare young people for the world of work, for employment. This explains why people say Lasallian education has a practical orientation. While his contributions to basic education are well known and celebrated, few remember that De La Salle also pioneered continuing professional education through Sunday schools for skilled workers, craftsmen, and tradesmen who needed higher level skills. My talk today is what fidelity to that aspect of Lasallian education might mean for us in the face of the many human and social and environmental problems we face, both on the local and global scale. So, how we regard work is crucial. How we regard work is very, very crucial. As Pope John Paul II writes at the beginning of his encyclical on human work is a key, probably the essential key to the whole social question. And if the solution of the social question must be sought in the direction of making life more human, then the key, namely human work, acquires fundamental and decisive importance. So let me begin by offering you with two different perspectives on work and asking you which one you think is more true. The first comes from that same encyclical by Pope John Paul. Work is a good thing for man, a good thing for his humanity, because through work, man not only transforms nature, adapting it to his own needs, but he also achieves fulfillment as a human being, and indeed, in a sense, becomes more a human being. That's one perspective. Here's another one, and this is taken from the classic book, Working, by the legendary broadcast journalist and oral historian Stutz Terkel. He says, work is by its very nature about violence to the spirit as well as to the body. It is about ulcers as well as accidents, shouting matches as well as fist fights, nervous breakdowns as well as kicking the dog around. It is above all about daily humiliations. To survive the day is triumph for the walking wounded among us. If we are honest, I think we have to say that both perspectives are true, maybe depending on what day of the week. At its best, doing good work supports our integral human development and feeds our hunger for purpose. At its worst, it can damage us beyond repair. It is evident that work is so much more than what we do to earn a living. It is, in fact, the principal way we shape both ourselves and the world around us. Human actions have both an objective dimension that impacts on the external world and a subjective dimension that shapes our character and interior life. Whether we are conscious of it or not, we shape ourselves through any activity we give time and effort to. We become what we do. If this is so, then the second point follows. Work can either move us toward integration and wholeness, or it can lead to dysfunction and breakdown. Typically, business organizations tend to be more interested in the objective dimension of work, what work produces, more than the subjective dimension of work, how work affects the worker's character, creativity, or spirituality. Yet both are inextricably linked, and the neglect of the subjective dimension eventually leads to problems on the personal, organizational, and societal levels. In one of his TED Talks, economic psychologist Barry Schwartz cites a 2013 Gallup poll of 25 million respondents who said that 90%, who felt that, the Gallup poll said that 90% of people are unengaged or actively disengaged from work. Schwartz concluded that 9 out of 10 workers spend half their waking lives doing things they don't want to do in places they don't want to be. So think about how many hours you work a week. Roughly 1/3 of a person's adult life is spent at work. Can you imagine spending 1/3 of your life doing something meaningless? Now, if you want to verify these views, quite simply, just Google the phrase work makes me, and you're going to get something like this. Schwartz concludes that the way we think about work is broken, and it is broken because the pursuit of profit and status has become by design the principal goal of work. Where profit and status become the principal criterion of success, work tends to be conducted in ways that undermine the dignity of persons and pose a threat to society. In this case, work no longer serves a truly human purpose. The way we conceive and organize work today is killing us with stress, high blood pressure, depression, and toxic work cultures. If we want change, the way we conceive and design work must change. As Turkle points out, there's so much more to work. Work is about a search for daily meaning as well as daily bread, for recognition as well as cash, for astonishment rather than torpor. In short, for a sort of life rather than a Monday through Friday sort of dying. The Catholic Church teaches that the principal goal of work, whatever that particular work might be, is to serve the common good by producing goods and services that respond to the genuine needs of persons and communities. Work has an essentially other-centered and therefore moral purpose. When we ignore the subjective dimension of work, we also ignore its moral purpose. And when we ignore moral purpose, then what reigns is self-interest. Why then should we wonder if the graduates of our best schools turn greedy, corrupt, and unethical? On the other hand, work that prioritizes the subjective dimension of person engages mind, heart, imagination, and spirit in ways that make a difference. Work becomes a means for actualizing the deepest desire within us, the desire to live a life that matters. In the words of Khalil Gibran, work is love made visible. Today, what we see in many offices and organizations is boredom and mediocrity, not love made visible. If people are bored and disengaged in the workplace, it is because their jobs fail to tap into their heart's deep longing to make life meaningful, to connect in caring ways, to become a better person, and to contribute to something bigger than oneself. I believe we urgently need to educate young people towards an alternative vision of work, one that doesn't ignore the truth that work is both the principal way we mold our souls and shape society. While I do not see traditional ways of working and doing business disappearing anytime soon, I think we should realize that there is a growing hunger worldwide for ways of working and doing business that subordinate the need for profit to some higher social purpose, and that measure success in terms of integrity, helping others, and richer relationships. As one social entrepreneur once told me, when people tell me I won't get rich, I tell them maybe we don't define rich in the same way. The Nobel laureate, Muhammad Yunus, a key thought leader in the growing social enterprise movement, and of course, the father of microlending, says, we prepare students for jobs and careers, but we don't teach them to think as individuals about the world that they would want to create. In recent years, Yunus has been critical of an education focused on fitting people into traditional jobs, rather than training them to creatively address the perennial problems of developing societies: poverty, healthcare, hunger, and malnutrition, housing, sanitation, power, lack of access to quality education, and so on. These problems, he sees, ought to be the core challenges of work and business in the 21st century. Yunus laments that an education focused on employment does not cultivate the mindset, skills, or creativity needed to be problem solvers in the 21st century. So perhaps one of the challenges here is to clarify our own educational agenda. St. Thomas Aquinas believed that each person has an innate drive to do good, a drive that needs to be cultivated through the regular practice of directing one's mind and will to the service of the common good. In doing so, persons move towards wholeness and deeper levels of self-actualization. They become virtuous human beings. This is the vision of work our times demand, a vision which unites the subjective and objective dimensions of work, that connects doing well with doing good. From this perspective, work is about envisioning the kind of society you want to build for your children and engaging in the activity that enables you to actually do it. Professions are the means of addressing in innovative ways the social, cultural, economic, and environmental pain points that keep us from becoming the just, humane, sustainable, and inclusive society our children and their children deserve. Such work challenges us to transcend self-interest and to become more human through the gift of ourselves to future generations. So how do we put things together? From my own Benilde experience, this is best done in collaborative spaces where members of academia, business, and industry, local government, and NGOs come together to study, learn, and create together sustainable solutions to challenges affecting local communities. One could envision students from different degree programs clustered together around particular social and environmental advocacies, learning their respective professions in the context of addressing issues like climate change, food security, traffic congestion, mental health, poverty alleviation, the plight of persons with disabilities, urban renewal, and so on. Education then becomes more than just providing people with the knowledge and skills to rise up within the present exclusionary social and economic hierarchy. It is about helping to create a more humane, inclusive, and equitable social order by helping people discover their gifts and harness them for the common good. So at this point, let me mention in brief 5 shifts of emphasis that I think are crucial to preparing young people for the world of work in the 21st century. First of all, the shift from career to vocation. People who seek jobs are asking the question, how much will I get? People who build careers are asking, how can I do well with what I'm good at? And people who pursue vocations are asking, what difference am I called to make in this world? We need to form more people who are willing to ask that third question. Preparing a person for a vocation means helping them to discover their purpose by paying attention to those activities which engage them fully and discovering how their gifts and passions can be harnessed in the repair of the world. Second shift, from external power to internal power. Janet Hagberg in her book, Real Power, suggests that there are 2 kinds of power that people wield in communities and organizations. External power, she says, is the power to get things done. It's based on all those things you see there: position, resources, expertise, authority, control. Internal power, on the other hand, is the power to know what needs doing. It's based on reflectiveness, integrity, wisdom, virtue, and spirituality. Both kinds of power are needed, and I think most of the time in tertiary education, we do the external power thing well. But if work is to become transformative of both self and society, we need to give more attention to helping young people develop internal power, the power of reflection, virtue, and integrity, without which there can be no bridging the divide between doing good and doing well. Third shift, from profit maximization to shared value. There is no inherent incompatibility between doing good, making money, and doing well, helping other people. In fact, Michael Porter of Harvard's Institute for Strategy and Competitiveness has suggested that addressing societal problems and needs belongs to the core of what business is about. Businesses become socially transformative when they produce quality goods and services that address genuine human needs, when they do so in a way that enables stakeholders to live with dignity, and when they create sustainable wealth and distribute it justly. Today, particularly in the light of the pandemic, business leaders worldwide are rightly rethinking the dichotomy between doing well and doing good. Fourth shift, from compliance to innovation. In 2011, GE did a survey, General Electric, that is, did a survey of 1,000 top business executives in 12 countries regarding their thoughts on innovation. And the results showed that 77% of respondents believe that the greatest innovations of the 21st century are going to be those that address human needs more than those that merely create profit. Much of education today is taken up with educating for compliance with ways of working and doing business that often end up widening the gap between the rich and the poor, ravaging the environment, and feeding a mindless consumerism that is exhausting the planet's resources. A better vision of work needs to look beyond the economic edge innovation brings and claim innovation as an intrinsically moral activity, a way of addressing the pain points of societies in extremis with empathy, creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, attention to craft, and risk-taking. We need to move from a compliance mindset that educating for employment favors towards a dignity-enhancing problem-solving mindset that shared value businesses and anyone who wants to change the world, the kind of mindset that demands. The fifth shift from IQ to EQ. There is an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Innovators are not solitary geniuses locked up in secret labs. Innovation arises from empathic encounters and interactions with people who experience various forms of deprivation, exclusion, and oppression. It is sustained by life-giving relationships and interactions with those who share a common desire to make a difference in the lives of others. This highlights the need to cultivate the emotional and social intelligence that inspires and sustains innovation as a moral activity. The challenges that face us and face the world are immense, but they are immense because we as citizens and professionals often don't face them. We leave those problems in the hands of functionaries, bureaucrats, and politicians who have neither the creativity, knowledge, skills, or resources to address them. You and I know that government will not solve our social ills by itself. Government action is too dependent on who is in power. Government offices and agencies are too unwieldy, bureaucratic, and lack the daring, responsiveness, and creativity required to address social problems. Which is why I think we need broader participation. We need to rethink the purpose of business. We need to rethink the purpose of professional life. We need to rethink the purpose of work. In De La Salle's day, education was about helping young people to escape from poverty by helping them develop the skills and the knowledge they needed for employment. I think the challenge today is different. Pope Francis has pointed out that we are in a global economy that kills. Are we just going to sit by and be that process whereby we socialize young people into that existing system? Saving the world has to be the aim of work and business in the 21st century for all our sakes. It isn't enough to do well. We need to do good. Thanks.
Thank you, Brother Michael, for an interesting talk and another point of view of how we should look at work. Our next speaker is Mr. Lester Ian Saulog, who will take us on a tour now of the valuable records that are found in De La Salle and help in its writing of its history. Mr. Ian Saulog.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon to each and every one of you. I hope you're having fun as much as I am in sharing with you in this conference. Thank you to the organizers and thank you to the other speakers. So the title of my talk is Jewels Between the Pages, and I'm here to share with you the work being done here in the archives of the De La Salle Brothers. Before I continue, I'd like to give you an outline of my presentation, giving you a background of the archives and going directly to some of the jewels in the archives that we are currently mining and every day we are discovering. We're going to talk about the work of the brothers in the Philippines, some things that we do here, such as tracing cultural heritage, as well as other accidental collections for Lasallians, but also for non-Lasallians. So for those listening outside of the Lasallian family, so this may be also of interest to you. Very quickly, the De La Salle Brothers, officially called the Brothers of the Christian Schools, gets its tradition from St. John Baptist de La Salle, as discussed by Dr. Santiago earlier. They came here in the Philippines in 1911, starting with the Pioneer Brothers, and today has grown to almost 150 brothers in 7 sectors in East Asia, including the Philippines. In the Philippines, they have 16 schools located in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So all the works of the brothers since 1911 and in their 16 schools are kept in the archives. So the Brothers Archives is formally called the Brother Marvin Castillo FSC Library and Archives. It is the official repository of all documents and objects relating to the work of the brothers here in the country. We are located in Lasalle Green Hills, and our documents date from the early 19th century up to the present. Our archives holdings are more than 70 cubic meters of various documents, photos, artworks, memorabilia, and religious items. So what does an archive holding of 70 cubic meter mean? It means if you lay all our documents using balikbayan boxes, you will have 70 of them from beginning to end. So that's the extent of our archives. We also do have a library consisting of almost 2,500 volumes of books, magazines, as well as other periodicals. Meaning to say, we have 4 warehouses under our care. It's the second biggest office in Lasalle Green Hills, next to the sports gymnasium. So that's how big we are, relatively. We are not only custodians of documents, we are also custodians of other objects, not only old objects, but recent ones. For example, this face shield that were used during the COVID pandemic and donated by our alumni from our schools in Dasmariñas. Our latest addition to our collection is this broom. It may be a simple broom, but what makes it different is 2 things. Number 1, it's weaved with the name of De La Salle in its handle. And at the same time, the origin of this broom is very important and very interesting because it came from a small chapel in the barrio of Magsilay in Pasil, Kalinga. So the De La Salle Brothers helped in the construction of a chapel in honor of St. John Baptist de La Salle. So that was their offering to us, the broom with the woven De La Salle name. Other documents may be of interest to us or to researchers are the foundation documents of De La Salle University, featuring letters from Manila Archbishop Jeremiah Harty requesting the brothers to establish a school here. So these are considered the birth certificate of De La Salle University or the De La Salle family in the Philippines. We also have with us books from the 19th century or 19th century Lasalliana. The one here dates from 1888 and the other one on the right is from 1884. What's interesting about this book, the 1884 book, is that St. John Baptist de La Salle was not yet a saint during that time. He was still a venerable and was almost 20 years from being proclaimed as a saint. The archives is also the proud custodian of relics of Lasallian saints. We have here Saint Miguel of Ecuador, the patron saint of the College of Liberal Arts, which was discussed by Sir Joey earlier. We have here the relics of St. John Baptist de Lasalle, and also pieces of his robe. We have a lot of the pieces of robe of St. Lasalle with us here in the archives that the people, the other brothers were kidding that we can almost recreate the robe of St. Lasalle because of the many pieces of robe that we have. We also have with us a relic of St. Benilde, the namesake of the College of St. Benilde, of which Brother Michael belongs to. An interesting part of our collection is this Japanese issued safe conduct passes, which were used by the brothers during the Japanese period to travel from Manila to Baguio, where they have another house. An interesting book in our library is this prayer book dated from 1943. It was a prize given by the brothers to a certain student named Manuel for getting high grades, and this was during the Japanese period. So it gives you an idea that brothers were somehow trying to give a sense of normalcy to their students, even though it was a time of occupation and a time of war. As I've said, the archives document the works of the brothers in the Philippines, such as this man named Brother Hyacinth Gabriel Conon, who was president of De La Salle University in the 60s and the 70s. He was also the founder of several Lasalle schools in Luzon, Visayas, in Mindanao, such as Bacolod, Green Hills, Lipa in Batangas, and Lasalle Academy in Mindanao in 1950. Another brother of importance is Brother A. Francis Cody, who established not only schools, regular schools, but special schools, free schools for the indigent people in Bacolod, in Silay City, and other haciendas in the Negros Occidental region. He also established Lasalle-College Antipolo in 1985. So the culmination of the love of these two brothers in the Philippines are found here in the archives. We have here their certificates of naturalization. So they eventually applied to become Filipino citizens as a culmination of their love life with the Filipino people. Another man of interest, on the other hand, is Brother Emmanuel Castillo. He's also an American missionary. He not only taught in Lasalle schools, but also went to the public schools to teach Christian faith and prepare these public school students for First Communion. Not only that, he also taught not only kids, but also adults, but these are not just ordinary adults. These are adults who are in Bilibid prison in Muntinlupa. So, as the brothers have joked, these are the only classes who have perfect attendance in each and every catechism class. And then eventually, with this effort, he was awarded by the Holy Father himself for his efforts in bringing Christian faith to the Filipino people. Aside from the works of the brothers, we also have with us several interesting documents, such as the plans for the St. Lasalle Hall of De La Salle University, whose centenary we are celebrating this year. We also have with us the plans for Brother William Hall in DLSU that currently houses the College of Science, as well as other offices of the university. But before, when it was established, you will not be able to go up these floors, this building, because it was actually the Scholasticate building, which was the living room and the living quarters of the brothers who are being trained during that time. However, people were actually invited to come inside, such as this one in 1962. And when we're reading who came in 1962, we noticed two names. Number one is Pilita Corrales, yes, the famous singer. And number two, this man named Hermilando Mandanas. So the name is kind of familiar, Mandanas. So when I Googled it, it turns out he's the current governor of Batangas province, who was in 1962 a third-year commerce student in the college and in De La Salle University. But the question remains, why is Pilita Corrales, who is Pilita Corrales visiting in the Scholasticate building? Why was he there with the brothers? Well, it turns out Pilita Corrales had a brother who was a scholastic during that time by the name of Joseph Ramon Corrales. He's the guy in the middle. And he also shared his singing talent with his sister, because he was also a member of this group called the Brothers Five, consisting of 5 scholastic brothers who created a boy band in the 1960s and were popular, appearing in shows and presenting in Araneta Coliseum. So before our boy bands, they were already our OPAs and our BTS and XOs. Another building which may not be familiar to Lasallians, but is familiar at the same time, is this building. It may not look the same now, but it is the St. Joseph's building. And the only remnant that remains in the college is the statue of St. Joseph that is still in the entrance, but the rest of the gate has already been dismantled. However, they did not throw all these materials away. Some of them actually found their place in other buildings of the brothers, in other schools outside of Manila, such as the door that we can find here has been transferred to the Lasalle Novitiate in Lipa City. By the way, a bonus in this photo is the one here. Farther left is our university president, Brother Raimundo Suplido, who was in his high school during the 60s. At the same time, the same thing can also be applied at the gates of the old De La Salle College in Paco, which has now been transferred as the gate of the Fort Santiago in Intramuros. For those who are non-Lasallians, our collection may still be of interest to you because some of the brothers wrote their travels even before establishing a school here in Manila, such as Brother Edward from New York, who wrote about the Manila during the early 20th century, when the Americans were starting their government here. So he described Manila during the time. So it may be of interest to you if you're researching about early Manila and the time of the American period. At the same time, a letter from a certain Brother Gabriel from 1907 described the status of the schools when they were here in the Philippines, such as Ateneo and the Dominican school UST, because they were considering establishing a school here. So some of the records of the other schools are also here. You also have accidental collections. It may be of interest to you from our Negrense friend. We have photos from the 1950s in Bacolod City because they were actually trying to build a school, which eventually became the University of St. Lasalle in Bacolod. We also have an accidental collection. So it's not Lasallian related, but some of the brothers wrote other congregations asking them how they are, such as the Daughters of Charity, and the Daughters of Charity gave them updates on the status of their work in the Culion leper colony in Palawan in the 1950s. For our friends in Mindanao, we have with us the blueprints, the literal blueprints of the Notre Dame Convent run by the Maris Fathers in General Santos and in Kidapawan. The funny thing about these plans is that they are the same plans. So the convent in General Santos of the Maris Fathers is the same as their convent in Kidapawan because, well, they were trying to save money and then just told the brothers that if you're able to make another convent, just put the in so many words, just put the blueprint in the mirror and you have yourself another building. For our Batangas friends, we have several photos or documents relating to Taal Batangas, of which the brothers were the brothers took when they were traveling during their break, their summer breaks. But the nice thing about Taal Batangas is that the photos about Taal Batangas is they look exactly the same as 70 years ago as the present Taal Batangas looks like right now. As a Caviteño, I was shocked and I'm happy to learn of the discovery of pictures of Cavite convents and churches because the brothers did their work there, supervising parochial schools. So along the way, they took with them photos as memories and for posterity. As I've shared with you, several brothers went to the public school. So we have with us several photos and documentations about the catechetical work as well as the activities on catechism that are being done in several places, not only in Manila but also in Cavite and other parts of southern Tagalog, from Parañaque, Pasay, Paco, and Pandacan. So what is the archives telling us? Well, number one, the most obvious one is they're still relevant. If you look at these photos from after the war, they have vaccination records. They still have floods. They had floods as we do now. So very relevant with the problems that we are experiencing today. They still had problems with the selling of UAAP, but we were NCAA back then. There were no tickets for sale. Which brings me to somehow sum up my activity with this Facebook post that I think you've already saw. There's this watch that was given by the father, very old watch, and he was asked to sell it to the pawn shop. He said that's worth nothing because it's broken. But when he brought it to the museum, he was offered a lot of money for it, more than what he bought it originally for. So the same that can be said with the archives. The broom that we have here may not be relevant to other people. May not be relevant to other people, but it may be relevant to us, especially the story that surrounds this broom. The same can be said of modern structures, which are our heritage for the future. So the same thing with the old De La Salle College main building. The same thing can be said of the newest building in the university, the Henry C. Hall, which is a heritage for today, as it is one of the, I think it's the greenest school building in the country today. And with that, I hope you got something from my short and photo-filled presentation, and let's live Jesus in our hearts forever. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ian, for a very interesting talk, no, and a very image-filled presentation for our webinar. The floor is now open for the question and answer. We have 5 questions. So, 2 of them are addressed to Brother Michael. I will read them first. Then 2 for Dr. Santiago. There's another question that I think that all of the panelists should answer and probably address. No, because it involves I would like to call it a controversy, but it's not exactly a controversy that happened recently. Questions for Brother Michael. Wait, huh? Yeah, the questions for Brother Michael is, Brother Michael, this is from Mr. Alfred Buena. Work that focuses only on the objective goals may be meaningless, but if a person has no choice, isn't doing meaningless work still more productive than not having work at all? The other question that I think are related, if 2 companies allow me to gain intrinsic values after reaching out to the marginalized and being a steward of the environment, How will I know which company God wants me to choose? Are there times that God tells us that there is more than just one right option?
Okay, I've responded to the questions personally, but I'll share my answers to that. Firstly, I think part of the problem precisely is because we have this mindset that there need to be trade-offs. We tend to say it's either this or it's this or that, when actually, management theory in the past 20, 30 years is really showing you that when you treat your employees better, job performance actually improves. There is a very interesting book called Drive by Daniel Pink, I think, and he builds on the work of the psychologist Edward Deci in looking at intrinsic motivation and job performance. And basically what he's saying is the three factors that really determine whether you're going to be engaged and committed to a job are, number one, purpose. People need to serve something bigger than themselves. Secondly, autonomy. People need the freedom and creativity to make decisions that actually matter. And thirdly, mastery. People need to know that they are getting better at what they're doing. Those are all subjective concerns. So I think the problem is really goes back to Adam Smith. Sorry. Adam Smith, people misread him when he says that, he basically says that human beings are lazy and self-interested and will never work for anything unless you pay them. The point I think Barry Schwartz makes in his TED Talk is if that's the way you design your jobs, that's what people will turn out to be. Whereas if you design jobs to appeal to higher motivations, and if you build a culture where the motivations are higher, you actually get much better job performance. And the thing is, these studies on intrinsic motivation have been around for I don't know, 30, they've been around for a long, long time. And yet management science hasn't caught up. We're still working with the scientific, a lot of businesses still work with the scientific management model that basically just sees people as, kind of like robots, and that don't take into consideration that people need jobs that challenge their creativity, that give them a sense of purpose, jobs where they know that people care for them, where there is this feeling that I am part of a community where I belong and I am supported. I think one of the strengths of De La Salle's schools were precisely because they wanted to create this fraternal community in which young people could see relations modeled in ways that were humanizing. So you think about street kids who grow up almost feral on the streets, and you want to bring them you want to civilize them. So you introduce them into a community that lived according to a different set of values. That was Christian formation a long time ago. But I think management theory has a lot to learn from that. That we need to not just look at the lowest common points for motivation, but actually think about purpose. Think about freeing people to give their best. And so that's the first answer. The second answer was something about if I've got two companies that are equally virtuous in that sense, which one should I choose? God is like Waze. You use Waze, whatever choice you make, even if you take a wrong turn, Waze will adapt. God doesn't have one set path for your life. God adapts to your choices, and he will get you where you need to be as long as you're actively searching for what he wants. And so I would say, look at the companies and see which is best fit in terms of your values, your skills, and the culture. And try it. don't think that God has this, flight, this plan all set up, and you could spot. Again, I think that's I like I like that, and the comparison to ways. That's actually not my comparison. I lifted it from Bishop Robert Barron, but I think the essential point is that we have a dynamic God that is involved in all our choices. So God will adapt to whatever you do. Or as the Quakers say, as a window closes, a way will open, So that's the point I want to bring out.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Michael. I have two questions here for Dr. Santiago, and it's from Mr. Obrena also. The first question is, Sir Santiago, after I strengthen my Lasallian identity through faith, service, and communion, what is the next step from a holistic perspective? And the second one is, given the circumstances and our mobility is limited, so what's the best way to practice Lasallian values at home?
Well, I think the bottom line, so it says here, strengthen identity through faith, service, and communion. What is the next step? Well, it's to be a good Christian, because that's the bottom line. That's where it leads to. And at home, that's all you have to be a good Christian. Now, but I would want to go a bit deeper, and I hope I can connect that to another question that I see in the chat box, and this concerns Robin Padilla. Okay, so may I read the question for the sake of the audience?
Yes.
Because
yes,
it says here, what is your reaction to Robin Padilla's declaration that DLSU was established by the Spanish? Is this a research gap that has to be addressed? Okay, for the information has to be, well, is misleading. Well,
I'm sure Ian would be very glad to show Mr. Padilla today.
yeah.
I'm sorry, you can answer, please, Dr. Santiago.
Okay, well, because well, as you well know, as scholars, we are trained to be critical, and earlier, because of partly because of the limited time, I couldn't really go beyond what the time constraints permitted, and I wanted to deepen a bit what I had said, because I talked about the continuity of heritage, being in a flux. It is together with history. Okay, history and heritage are in a flux. As we saw in the images shown to us by Mr. Saulog earlier. Okay, so even the tangible heritage from 50 years ago may not be in the same place where it is, but then it's still there. So that flux, okay, is what I want to address, and at the same time address the questions that were asked. Well, but first, the one with Robin Padilla. In general, I think the community simply laughed at the comment. I mean, it's not something that we will, burn stakes, carry burning stakes for and persecute Mr. Padilla. Well, it does, of course, reflect his limited knowledge about the university. Okay, and nonetheless, the public reaction also reflected how much people knew about Lasalle too, because I was quite surprised that many did know that Lasalle was established during the American period and not during the Spanish era, contrary to Mr. Padilla. But what Mr. Padilla's reaction signifies is what's in the popular imagination, okay, of what Lasallians are. Okay, so bakit panahon ng Kastila? Because Lasalle, although it's not really the way it is anymore, but it still has a reputation of being a school for tisoys. Okay, in the past, it really was the school of the tisoy, mestizo, so part Spanish or part Chinese. And the reason why we had such students in Lasalle is because, as Brother Michael had explained earlier, Lasalle provided a practical education, and particularly the wealthy families who were engaged in commerce, the businessmen, prefer their children to enroll in an institution where they would be prepared for the more practical aspect of life rather than the classical education. Education in philosophy, history, literature. They wanted their children to go to a school where their capacity to generate wealth will even improve further. Okay, so it's true. Okay, that Lasalle was a school of the wealthy, the half Caucasian or half Chinese, the typical stereotype of the elites. In fact, Lasalle in the past was also known as the school of the children of presidents. From Manuel Quezon all the way to President Ramos, they had children who were enrolled in Lasalle. So the sense of prestige, elitism, okay, was always there. And I think that in essence was what was in the imagination of Mr. Padilla in making such a comment. Kaya inaano niya, dinidikit niya sa panahon ng Kastila dahil parang mga Kastila yung mga naka-enroll. But then, as I said, the Lasallite, okay, so that image of the Lasallite would eventually change with the new, more, less elitist view of LaSalle, the LaSalle student or LaSalle member of the community, or the community member of LaSalle, the Lasallian. Because instead of now these wealthy and powerful individuals, the image projected by the university is one where we give a lot of scholarships. We're just almost 50% malapit na, di ba? May scholarship, and it's not only the school of the wealthy and the powerful, but we have students from from families, okay, that require assistance. Families that will never be able to send their children to such institutions on their own. So we have a lot of assistance extended to the poor. And basically that is an application of Christian love. Okay, so again, to address the first two questions, it's not enough to be holistic, okay, in your development of religio, mores, and cultura. If you're just going to stay in your room and do nothing, okay, you have to apply. Okay, you have to express rather the Christian love that we are trained to appreciate. But then, okay, so this is the critical, the critical mind. We also have to assess, in light of our tradition going back all the way to the early years of being associated with the elites and having elitist attitudes. Could our expression of Christian love now be misinterpreted, or could it actually be a form of self-righteousness? Sorry to say this. Okay, could it be a form of self-righteousness? I'm doing the right thing, the good thing. I'm the good guy. I'm the good Christian, etc. So I'm not saying we are. Okay, but what I'm saying is that in looking back at our history, our traditions, basically that kind of heritage, okay, it gives us the opportunity for self-reflection too. Okay, are we doing it the way we should be doing it? Okay, I don't know. Okay, I'm not the one who holds the answer to that. I'm just saying that that's another opportunity provided by looking into and thinking about heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Santiago. I have 4 questions here in the 2 different boxes, and these are all addressed to Mr. Saullog. I grouped them into 2 questions, 2 sets of questions. So one of them is for Sir Saullog, are any of these documents accessible in Animo search? And the other question related, of course, to accessing the documents is how are these collections in the archives conserved? Then after your answer, I will go with the other 2 questions also related to the archives. Okay, Mr. Saullog.
Thank you for that, Sir JB. Number one, some of these are not for well, not yet, because they're still waiting to be declassified. Kumbaga parang sa CIA, they're not yet ready to be given out to the public because they're brothers' personal records. But there are some copies are available in the university archives, since before we separated as a separate archives from the congregation, the university served, or the college before served as our archive. So perhaps some of the copies, especially those concerning the Lasalle College and the eventual university, are available in the university archives. Yun, that's number one. Number two, how are these being conserved? Well, the first thing in conservation is you cannot conserve what you don't know. Because for the first thing, I'm just 2 years in the job, so the first steps that we had to do was to identify what are in each of these boxes, and are they duplicates? Do they need to be? Do we need to have 1,000 copies? So that the first is identification, and you conserve them well, yes, by organizing them, not necessarily temperature conditions, but also temperature conditions are okay. But the first thing is to organize them and to safeguard them in these boxes, in even folders. Yun, that's the first thing that I can think of now. But conservation wise, in the near future, we should conserve. And I'm in the archives now. This is an air conditioned room. Well, yeah, and limited access and per request. So maybe that can somehow initially conserve the documents. Sorry, and then finally, we're in the process of digitizing it. So instead of us touching the document itself, we just look at it online, and then unlimited access. So need not to touch the original document. So maybe that's a way of conserving them, sir. Hope that answers those two questions.
Okay, thank you, Ian. The other set of questions involves ephemeria or the materials for the archive. So the first question is the archives open to receiving contributions from the other LaSalle schools, alumni, and benefactors?
The answer is one big yes. Not only documentary contributions, also financial contributions are also very much welcome. But the answer is yes, we do receive them. But if and only if they're related to Lasallian family. Okay. Number two, another suggestion would be, I have two suggestions for those who are interested. Number one, why not donate it to your school archives? Perhaps your school does not even have your own archive, right? And number two, why not create your own archive? So for your future kin to know, this is the story of, ako personally, I don't have much reference to people from my past, but wouldn't that be a nice, to create your own archive? Yeah. So three things. Yun lang.
Okay.
And
thank you. Thank you for the answer. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. But you're welcome. My email is there. Are we talking? I think I saw a question from Dr. Azcaraga, sir.
Yeah, that's actually the question that Ian told me if you can answer it privately. But actually, I'm also curious with regards to that.
Right.
To that,
right. So
that object, no, and I think Dr. Santiago, who comes from that school,
oh yes,
would
sir.
be also curious on what happened to it. What happened to it?
So I saw. I saw.
Yeah, this is
I saw the question of Dr. Azcaraga and then ask you direct.
Yeah, by one of our conveners, Dr. Azcaraga.
Right.
The question is, whatever happened to that blackboard that was used to count the votes in the 1985 snap elections that eventually led to the People Power Revolution in 1986? I still remember that blackboard was still hanging there inside the gymnasium, for a while. So whatever happened to it now?
It is still proudly displayed inside the St. Benilde gym. When I went there during the pandemic, it had a a small statue of a golden ribbon in it, and it also, I think, it had a historical marker. So the what do you call this one? The the value of which the Lasalle Green Hills community has put in that, in that special place, it is very much alive, and it's being appreciated. So it's still there. It's proudly displayed. And just to tickle everyone's imagination, so I went out for a few seconds just to get the archival box for EDSA 1. So all documents relating to the Lasallian family and their involvement in the EDSA 1 may be here, maybe inside this box. So it's up for grabs if you are if you just wear your face mask. And so yeah, we also have EDSA 2. We also have a recent documentation is the COVID efforts of the Lasallian family. So they're in a special series called Special Events. Yeah, and so they're all here in these boxes. So ano to, parang this is just like a game show where you open each box, parang Wawa win, ganon. So that's why it's jewels in the archives. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ian. I don't see any more questions except by by Miss Courtney, Miss Courtney Ngo. Can you just visit anytime in the archives? Oh yeah, how's your scheduling pala in the archives? Your mic is off, Ian. Ian, your mic is off.
Oh, just like the vaccination, we need the schedule, and that schedule is a light at the end of the tunnel. We're not there yet. We're not yet open, but I can share with you, for example, you're interested in a school, I can share with you our inventory to show you what we have, right? Like these are the folders that we have for De La Salle University, College of St. Benilde, or Lasalle Academy in Iligan, or DLSU, College of Liberal Arts. This is what we have. And then it might tickle your interest na, meron, we do have that in our collection. And if I, given the time, I can get the clearance to give it to you and scan them to you and give it to you digitally. Right, so yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ian. Oh, by the way, since he is also part, a historian of the university, can we ask Joey this Dr. Jimenez's reaction and probably suggestions with regards to the Robin Padilla controversy? Maybe you have some choice words. I like to use the word choice words to react on that on his statement. Your mic is mute. Your mic is on mute, sir.
Okay. Siguro Robin Padilla is not historically aware about history of the De La Salle College, and that there's a question there about the research gap. There is no research gap at all, because it is established fact that the De La Salle College was established in 1911 to stem the tide of the Protestant faith. That's the truth. Siguro hindi lang niya talaga alam na it was established during the American colonial regime, hindi mga Kastila. I don't know where he's coming from, kung anong basis niya for that. That's it, Dr. Torres.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jimenez. So we're coming to the end of our session. Kindly stay online for the third panel session that is focused on heritage futures. Now we are looking at the future of the heritage of De La Salle. Again, thank you to the panel members for a very interesting topic. Dr. Fernando Santiago, Brother Michael Valenzuela, Dr. Jose Victor Jimenez, and Mr. Ian Saulog. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagbibigay at pag-share ng mga information tungkol sa kasaysayan ng De La Salle University. Magandang hapon po at please stay online for the third panel session on heritage futures. Thank you very much.
Hello? Hello? Okay, you can hear me. Okay, that's good. Thanks. All right, shall we start? 2 minutes to 3:30. All our panelists are here. Okay. Um,
Hi, Cara. Victorious.
Hi, hello. Good afternoon. Hi, Paulo.
Hi, Cara. Hi, Vic.
Hi,
Who else is
Ian.
online? Oh, Ian's online.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Hi, Ian.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Nice to meet everyone.
Hello.
Hi, Dr. Lenny.
Hello, sir. Miss you, miss all of you. I miss physical conferences.
Don't we all?
Any,
Sir Noni, kumusta daw po sabi ni Paul?
ay, okay naman. Testing yung mic ko. If you can
Okay po.
hear me. Okay, thank
I
you.
can hear you, Noni. Thanks. Thank you.
Hey guys, we're live na pala. I didn't know that.
So,
So,
we are. Okay.
shall we? Okay.
Chichismis sana ako.
Okay, shall we start? Yes. Go signal from Doc Fernie or Shirley? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we can
Okay.
start.
Thank you very much. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the third panel of Rethinking Heritage and Heritage Features web conference workshop with the theme Heritage Features. I am Lenny Garcia from the Philosophy Department of De La Salle University, chairing this panel, which seeks to reflect on the embryonic forms of future heritage and investigate alternative modes of developing future legacies in consideration of the design and building of specific worlds of tomorrow. We will therefore go into recovery of lost heritage spaces for future generations, discuss heritage value, get into physics as we look into the role of nanoparticles in the conservation of stone and metal edifices, and discuss the role of digitization in heritage conservation and art preservation. To talk about these, we have four esteemed panelists with us this afternoon, and I will introduce them one by one as they take the floor for their presentation. Just a reminder, each panelist has 15 to 20 minutes to give their talk. Dear panelists, if you don't mind, kindly watch out for my raised hand in the icon, and I will click on it when you have 5 minutes left to finish your presentation. And I will also try to send you a message in the chat box regarding the remaining time, if that's all right. So as announced earlier, questions from the audience can be typed into the chat box, into the Q&A box, and I believe can be sent also through the Facebook page of the conference, and we will entertain them all after the presentations are done. Okay, so to begin with, we have our first panelist, Mr. Paulo Al-Kazarin, who is Director of PDAA Design International with offices in Manila, Singapore, and Kuala Lumpur, and Principal of the professional design firm PGAA Creative Design. He has received recognition from the Singapore Institute of Landscape Architects Design for his work at Hong Kong Town and the British Club. He was Alab ng Haraya Awardee of the National Commission for Culture and Arts for his article series on design. He was conferred the 2015 Gawad Cultural Center of the Philippines para sa Sining in Architecture. He has authored the book Quezon City, The Rise of Asia's City in the Future, and co-authored 25 Tropical Houses in the Philippines and Lungsod Squatter, The Evolution of Informality as a Dominant Pattern in the Philippine Cities. He writes a column to Philippine Star called City Sense. His presentation is on Philippine plazas, conserving the heritage of open civic spaces for today's reality and the needs of the future. Sir Paulo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garcia. May I share my screen? Am I online? Yes. So good afternoon. Thank you to Lasalle for inviting me to share this afternoon. The topic of my talk is Philippine plazas, conserving the heritage of open civic spaces for today's reality and the needs of the future. I'm Paulo Al-Kazarin, principal of PGA Creative Design. We're planners, urban designers, and landscape architects. So essentially, we deal with the spaces outside of the buildings and design for private and public clients for these spaces. And what we're talking about also today is the heritage of spaces and why it's important to conserve and to adapt them to human needs and functions for today and for the future. Most of our open spaces in the Philippines, most of our settlements are at the mouths of rivers or along rivers and by the sea, littoral or riverine. And of course, the coming of the Spaniards and the increase in population, urbanism was imposed on us using the Spanish pattern laid out by the laws of the Indies. And so we had settlements organized in quadriculas or grid patterns with open space as focal points of these settlements. This is the premier open space in the Philippines, Plaza Mayor de Manila, today's Plaza Roma. And that's the Intramuros, where you can see clearly the grid pattern, which was also used in most of our towns and cities in the Philippines, except that only Intramuros had extensive wall fortifications. The rest just had forts to protect the settlements. But the grid pattern is very familiar to you because a lot of us who were born in the provinces will always recognize the plaza, the town plaza, surrounded by the important buildings of power, either government or the church. And the plazas were the focal points of social, political, and economic life in all of our towns and cities. With the coming of the Americans, of course, in the Spanish period, most of these plazas were just bare earth or open, fairly unembellished spaces. With the coming of the Americans and urbanism and planning as a more formal approach, a lot of these plazas and parks were enhanced based on the original spaces, but in the American period, the statuary, park benches, landscape architecture, planting of trees and shrubs happened, and a lot of the town improvements were based on these incentives from incentives from the government to produce civic spaces that would reflect the level of prosperity and advancement of the towns and cities. The Americans produced a lot of master plans for key cities like Baguio and Manila, as well as a number of other towns, an exercise that was continued by the Bureau of Public Works in most of the towns and cities, because the DPW was responsible for building functional government buildings which were located in these spaces. This is Cebu, showing the old city plus the extension in the American period of Jones Avenue that is now Osmeña, leading to a provincial capital complex with its own plaza. And this is Zamboanga. Similarly, you notice the open space. So this is both of them in very city beautiful pattern. And this is typical of a provincial plaza complex with a plaza and government complex with the open space defined by buildings around it, which were the main buildings of the capital and had the different functions necessary for provincial governance. But the important thing here is you see that the space has been laid out, continuing from the grid from the Spanish era and extending to the provincial capitals, which were always at the periphery or at the far edges of the original settlement. I'm an urban designer, urban planner, and landscape architect, and my work takes me all over the country. So wherever I am, we take the effort of documenting the plaza and park of those towns and cities that we go to. We've documented, and I've personally documented close to 6 dozen plazas. These are just a sampling. And what you can see here is that these plazas are big, especially in the provinces. Manila, they're fairly small, the plazas, because of the dense urbanism. But in the provinces, most of the plazas are 1.5 to as much as 5+ hectares in size. This is in the Gupan. This is Bacolod. And you can see that the open space actually, where SM used to be water, but now it's filled in, but at least the plaza is still intact, defined by the church and important buildings. This is one of the most beautiful plazas in the Philippines. This is Plaza Santa Barbara in Iloilo, which has been very tastefully conserved with the gazebo from the early 1900s. A lot of our towns constructed gazebos because of the popularity of brass bands, and still defined by the municipio and the church, as shown here. The Plaza of Santa Barbara is actually twice this image, because on the right, not seen in the image, is a football field, which is part of the original plaza open space. This is Plaza Libertad in Iloilo proper, in front of a more modern city hall. We have been retained by Iloilo City to look at the conservation and enhancement of 6 of their major plazas, including Plaza Libertad. You can see here the important buildings of the City Hall, the church, and the Masonic Hall on your left. So fairly intact, not compromised by the usual addition of structures like multipurpose halls. That is the current default construction of most mayors in the Philippines. This is Lingayen, a very big plaza for a provincial capital complex, and in fact, this is this 5-hectare complex is fronted by a long formal avenue not shown in this picture that reaches 2 kilometers down. This is Binmale, Pangasinan, what remains of the original Spanish plaza, and this is what happens in a lot of provincial situations, that once automobiles came and the highways were built, they would cut up the plaza because of the requirements of motor vehicles. As seen here, the big plaza used to be from edge to edge, from the tower to the municipio, and the church is the other edge. But because of the needs of vehicles, it's been cut up into 3. A basketball court, the church parvis, and the another open area. And this is very normal that we find in a lot of towns and cities in the Philippines. This is Bagnotan in La Union, also a big plaza, but you notice here on the left is the normal multi-purpose court that's built by a lot of mayors and administrations, but compromises the total open space. Although in smaller towns, it's not that impactful, or the repercussion is not as much as in denser cities, where the loss of open space leads to a loss of resource that is needed in CCA, DRRM, climate change adaptation and disaster risk mitigation, as well as places for refuge. A component in all of these plazas that we document is, of course, the statuary that are focal points in all of these plazas, mainly Rizal, which is an initiative started by the Americans to push the agenda of making him a national hero. And for the most part, most of these statues are quite well done, with the plinths either in neoclassic or Art Deco style, and the statues themselves of Rizal, fairly well done, well made, even if they use polychromatic, if they colored it, a lot of them are quite good. Here, there's a faux bronze. This is a post-war on the right, and on the left, which is in Telisa in Cebu. The one on the right is in Urdaneta, Pangasinan. But not all of the Rizal statues and the plazas have carried the level of aesthetics of the older plazas. This is San Juan in Pangasinan, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry. Yeah, you have a Statue of Liberty, one of 6 statues of liberties in the Philippines. And you have Rizal slightly compromised by not so well chosen color palette. And then this is in Bacnotan, where the mayor has seen it fit to add more popular heroes other than Rizal. And that's Spider-Man across the ways from Rizal. So the level of aesthetics of our additions to plazas have not been very consistent. But the other need for us in present times is to adapt the spaces for current functions or for the needs moving forward in the new normal. We have all learned that open spaces are needed in pandemics or in disasters, and also to make them more accessible pedestrian-wise and friendly to people, which a lot of them are not. So this is an example of Plaza, the Place de la République in Paris, that had ended up in the 1950s to just about 15 years ago as a vehicular space. And so Paris has decided to pedestrianize it without losing the historicity of the place. The morphology is retained, but at the ground level, it has become a pedestrian paradise. This is before, where it was a rotonda. And so you have extremely long ways for people to cross, and it was not exactly safe. And it's now become a plaza for the people, which plazas are supposed to be, without compromising the overall traffic for Paris. They made studies that show that none of that was affected. So this type of intervention is what we do as urban designers and landscape architects to conserve public spaces, but to turn them into more functionally relevant and but still aesthetically pleasing spaces for people to enjoy themselves, to come and socialize, and in times like this pandemic as a relief from being cooped up and having too many Zoom meetings like we are having today. It's also been done in Trafalgar Square in London, where again it used car-based, but afterwards, and using a process of analysis called space syntax, they were able to prove the point that better connectivity for pedestrians would make the space a more pedestrian-friendly element or plaza. Note that in London and temperate countries, there are not many shade trees. That's because they need the sun. The difference between our parks and plazas against European models, of course, we need more shade. But the point here is that the space has been recovered without compromising the architectural heritage of the space or the elements that define it, like the monument and the buildings around. So applying this strategy for contemporary spaces, we've done a number of them all over the Philippines and some in Singapore for the National Parks Board. But here in the Philippines, this is Pasig Civic Center. We were asked to take a look at how to recover or how to enhance the heritage of the Poblacion, which is the center, and we did documentation and analysis of the site. We had Rizal Plaza here, and we had Bonifacio on the other side, isolated in a traffic island, and nobody visited him because you had to cross all the traffic. And the other space that this area had was along what used to be the creek or the Bituka Manok that was leased out to McDonald's. So we had a situation where everything was cut up, and our intervention was to bring back Rizal's Plaza to its original configuration, to move Bonifacio to the other side, to integrate the two plazas with the Pasig City Museum, and also behind to integrate with the linear park to connect to the new quadrangle, which we also designed for the Pamantasan and Lungsod ng Pasig. So this is how we found Rizal. He was pointing to McDonald's, but of course we all know that he was not mad with McDonald's. He was actually mad at the church, and his original position was roundabout here. And we brought him back to the original place. We also removed the road separating the plaza from the museum to better integrate that museum with the plaza. We designed it. We made all of the technical drawings, which is voluminous for a plaza. People don't realize there's a lot of technical design that goes into the plaza, and we built it. McDonald's is still here in this picture, but a few years after this was taken, the lease of McDonald's was not extended, and the mayor agreed that we should make it Bonifacio Plaza, which we eventually did. This is from the air showing Rizal, that's him here. We moved Bonifacio, that's him on the other side. We integrated the three with the two with the Pasig Museum and connected to the rear and Pambantasan and Lungsod Pasig. So making Poblacion once again whole by bringing back the importance of and functions of the spaces that used to be there. So one of the things that we've forgotten in the Philippines how to do is, of course, how to build proper plazas and the statuary that we put in them. Until in the 1910s, before the war, we gave the plazas a lot of space for and proper proportions and allocations for each in terms of statuary. In the 1960s, this space got less and less, and vehicular traffic became the norm. And today, our statues are in traffic islands, as shown here. But that's not the only thing that we forgotten how to build. We also have forgotten how to create the monuments themselves. This is an extreme case in point of a plaza and statuary that's lacking in aesthetics. So this is Garcia and President Garcia and CP Garcia Avenue, a plaza, a setting for statues. It's not only him, there are 8 statues below. And it was placed in the middle of a high volume, high speed highway. When we tried to get into that space, which was built by the MMDA, we almost got into an accident. And actually nobody can really come up to see what they put there, which is actually the main statue plus around it statues of 8 other luminaries, except that the artist is not exactly would not exactly make it to the list for national artists in sculpture. This is Andres Bonifacio, but my caption for this is that you, Andres, or are you just happy to see me? This is, I believe, Juan Luna, and that's Douglas MacArthur, if you can believe. And the other thing was I found the plaques of the supposed luminaries in front of them. But when I read carefully, when I approached, most of these plaques were just copies of other plaques from other memorials, and they were not the same as the personages that they're supposed to describe. So, learning lessons from redevelopment of heritage spaces in Singapore and other countries. We applied this to we're applying this to 6 plazas in Iloilo, of which we'll just show a number of them. I think 3 in this deck. Plaza Arevalo, and what we do is as a design firm, we fully document. Unfortunately, in this deck, we don't have the historic images. I didn't have time to put them into it. And this is the what we do in each of these plazas is to go over there and actually survey using drones and ground photography to create accurate measurements as well as 3D images of the plaza. You can see the church. You can see that the front parvis is turned into parking. Rizal is on the right, and the statue of Queen Isabella is on the left. So these are 3D point cloud based on the drone surveys, and we can get the heights of the buildings and fairly good dimensions for all of the elements, which came in handy because we did this just before the quarantine, and we were able to continue with our work based on the information and data gathered digitally. So these are the ground bricks that show that a lot of our plazas have deteriorated facilities and amenities, which a lot of our plazas just need clearing and cleaning to make them functional again. It's really a lot of overlays of stuff that the mayors have added. This is the column of Queen Isabel. So our task was to design something that could bring back the open spaces. And this is the as-built, that's the proposal. And this is the proposal showing that we have connected the three main elements with a walkway. We push the cars to the edges so that parking is not what you see in front of the church. Although on Sundays you can still park in the center, and of course defining the edges, and very importantly in all of these plazas, making sure that people can walk across in safety via pedestrian crossings clearly designated for the plaza or park. So this is just a few of the 100 or so drawings required for actually constructing a plaza. So it is a technical exercise as well as aesthetic and cultural one. So these are necessary to be able to create a plaza and or park that's sustainable and that meets the needs of the surrounding communities. So these are the perspectives. Unfortunately, the church had been redone and lost its original Spanish era facade. We did the same with Molo. This is the drone aerial shot. These are the ground photos showing again many layers of additions and a fairly inchoate combination of elements. We are conserving the lampposts. In fact, we're bringing in Escuela Atelier de Manila to bring back some of the statuary and the lighting. And this is the as-built. This is the proposal. And the proposal is to keep all of the heritage elements like the gazebo and the statue by Francesco Monti, as well as bring back the facade of the church into view. So these are the drawings and the perspectives showing the enhanced and conserved plaza. Exposing once again the facade of the church, which had been covered up, but most of the space itself is still there. The elements are there. The signage is generic because we propose that the city conduct a competition for the signages of all of the plazas. And the last one is Plaza Libertad in front of the City Hall. Now, our evaluation of this is that the City Hall building, you don't know where the front or back is because you don't have a forecourt or foreground for it. But you do have the plaza. So our proposal was to integrate the two, the City Hall and the plaza. This is how it looks, the Rizal. And there are 4 Francesco Monti statues, which are going to be conserved, plus 4 fountains, for which we found the old designs for. And this is where Escuela Atelier de Manila hopefully will help the city bring them back to the old form. So we moved the basketball court so that it's not compromising the space anymore. This pattern you see is a more contemporary one. We're just rationalizing it, keeping all of the heritage elements where they were, but also providing a new plaza, or a small piazza for the Iloilo City Hall so that they can have a front finally. So this is the proposal showing the additions or the reconfigurations to the space plus the elements where they are. And we went into the working drawings, and this is the plaza in front of the City Hall where they can have their flag raising ceremonies and now channel people to the actual front. And the rest of the development is a lot of the problems with our plazas. This is pavement underfoot. Underfoot is in bad quality, so we are just bringing back the pavement so that they are usable by people, putting in all the pedestrian crossings to be able to make it accessible for everyone. Oh, I still have Haro very quickly. This is what you see from from the air and underground. Again, numerous additions over the years, wonderful gazebo and lighting standards, which are we're bringing back. There's still a gym. We couldn't take it out because politically we couldn't, but it would have been great if we could remove it. The bell tower is going to be conserved by the NHCP, while the rest and the rest of the plaza is under the City Hall. So this is the as-built showing the isolated belfry plus the Lopez Haina monument. We suspect that Rizal was here. So in fact, when we went into the gym, there was a covered area that we suspect was Rizal. So I don't know why they don't like him. But it's we find this often in a lot of the plazas, that statuary from previous decades or even from the turn of the century are covered up by more modern additions of the mayors. So here in this proposal, we've integrated the whole space, made clear all of the connections, and then hopefully this will be completed by end of next year. And we put in bike racks, and of course, everybody knows that Iloilo is now the bike capital of the Philippines. And these are the perspectives showing how it looks like. And the spaces enhanced again with a planting design that's easy to maintain and cohesive, making everything cohesive. Finally, going back to Manila, we've had unsolicited proposals for some of the plazas. I'll show you only one. This is the Plaza del Carmen of San Sebastian. These are the archival pictures. And what we proposed was to recover the space which is given to jeepneys and traffic here in Benilde Viejo. And the intervention is to bring back an actual plaza so that people can once again appreciate the beauty of the old steel church. So we took an aerial drone shot. This is before. You see all of this concrete because the public works loves to pour concrete, and our suggestion is to give it back to the people. And there you have it. Without compromising the throughput of all of the traffic along it, this can be done. So it's really a matter of convincing people that spaces for civic spaces and open spaces in the public realm are necessary. Of course, it's now easier because everybody now wants to be able to get to a public park or plaza and find relief. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for having allowed us to have a glimpse of those beautiful plazas and for the efforts to bring back those spaces that have somehow been lost over the years. To our participants, again, if you have questions, please type it in the Q&A box or the chat box. Now for our second speaker, we have Ms. Maria Karina Garilao. Ms. Cara, you can hear me, right? Okay, Ms. Cara Garilao is the program head of the Nayang Filipino Foundation Research Institute. She has over a decade's experience in heritage interpretation, assessment, impact assessment, and conservation management planning. She is a former director of the Fundación Santiago's community-based heritage tourism program, where she co-created and implemented various heritage interpretation programs across the Philippines, including the NHCP's very first live history program, which was offered at the Museo ni Emilio Aguinaldo. Ms. Cara is the heritage consultant and a trustee of CARD MRI Hijos Tours and trustee at the ICOMAS Philippines, an international organization dedicated to heritage conservation. Her talk this afternoon is entitled Notes from the Ground, Questions for Philippine Heritage Managers. Ms. Cara, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Let me just share. Okay. So, can you see my screen?
Yes, Ms. Cara.
Okay, thanks. So I hope you don't mind. I'll be reading this afternoon. So good afternoon to everyone, and thank you very much, Professor Shirley and the entire DLSU Heritage Research team for inviting me this afternoon. I'm honored by this opportunity to share my thoughts on today's topic, primarily as a heritage interpreter that's now doing research work at the Nayong Filipino Research Institute. While preparing for this talk, I recalled an incident more than a decade ago when I was a grad student overseas. In a public forum on heritage management, the speaker argued with fervent passion that it was quite useless to conserve built heritage resources because climate change would eventually be the global concern of the future. I guess he never saw COVID coming, but that's another matter. At that time, his comments were particularly jarring, especially to a group of heritage managers and idealistic students. But looking back, the speaker was right. Climate change is an urgent global concern. The future was not so far away. But perhaps what was missing in his discussion was how heritage could offer some solutions to the problems of the future, climate change included. And I think that is at the heart of today's discussion. However, to look into the future and to project what might be future heritages, I think it is necessary to look first to our present. And so my discussion today will be divided into three parts, where I first look at the value of heritage from a practitioner's point of view, then followed by a short inquiry into meanings and values of heritage. And lastly, I will close by attempting to answer some of the very difficult questions posed for this session. So, how do I? So I would like to start with the preamble of the Philippine Constitution, where conservation of heritage is suggested. And the preamble reads such: "We, the sovereign Filipino people, imploring the aid of Almighty God in order to build a just and humane society and establish a government that shall embody our ideals and aspirations, promote the common good, conserve and develop our patrimony, and secure to ourselves and our posterity the blessings of independence and democracy under the rule of law and a regime of truth, justice, freedom, love, equality, and peace, do ordain and promulgate this Constitution." So the preamble seems to suggest that conservation of patrimony is important for building a just and humane society. Lofty goals, but goals that heritage advocates themselves also espouse. In practice, however, and in my work over the past decade, much of the justification I've heard for conservation is linked to the economic benefit that may be derived by the use of heritage resources. Tourism data, product development, and creative industries are usually used as indicators to measure successful conservation initiatives. Cities and municipalities such as Vigan, Silay, Taal, heritage tourism destinations in their right are seen as leaders in conservation. You also have places like the Henry in Pasay and circa 1900 as examples of heritage houses that have been converted into hotels and restaurants respectively, able to generate revenue, thus ensuring their conservation. Emphasizing, however, the economic value of heritage resources is understandable in a country such as ours. However, as the COVID pandemic has shown, banking on the tourism and hospitality industry to justify the conservation of heritage may not be sufficient. So I think there is a need to look deeper into other heritage values to make a stronger case for conservation. And for this afternoon, I would like to look into social value. And very, 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 very briefly, when we say a heritage site has social value, what we mean is that it can facilitate connection with others, that the shared social experience, particularly pride of place, can help promote local values and social cohesion. The assumption, of course, here is that social cohesion is a value to be aspired for. Outside the Philippines, the Faro Convention provides a roadmap for developing and managing heritage assets for positive social change within the European context and the larger goals of the European Union. Here in the Philippines, the social value of intangible cultural heritages such as rituals, traditions, and practices is perhaps easy to observe. For example, attending a fiesta in Bohol, no door will be shut to one in search for a free meal. All of the community are welcome. There is no outsider. This, however, may not be the case with built heritage, particularly privately owned homes and buildings. As it is stated in the Faro Convention, objects and places are not in themselves what is important about cultural heritage. They are important because of the meanings and uses that people attach to them and the values they represent. So I think whether we like to admit it or not, built heritage can alienate, can divide societies, and can exclude the antithesis of what heritage is supposedly to do. A heritage site can be culturally significant, but its meanings contested and its value therefore questioned. And I would like to look at a few examples. So last year, we saw in the United States and Europe the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement, and this led to the removal of monuments such as this one. I think this was, not sure if it was Christopher Columbus in Minnesota, but you also had the removal of Confederate soldier, a monument of a Confederate soldier in Virginia, King Leopold in Belgium, and Edward Colston, a slave trader in England. Now, these monuments were undoubtedly of historically significant, yet were associated with social inclusion, inequity, and were hence removed. Here in the Philippines, we may not be toppling monuments, but are the interpretations of the built heritages we so fervently wish to protect simply reinforce social and economic inequities in our society. Grand homes from the early 20th century, funded by coconut, sugar, and hemp exports, are undoubtedly aesthetically and historically significant. For the few that are open to the public, entrance fees are an immediate barrier to those whose survival is dependent on a day-to-day wage. And once inside these homes, majority of the narratives, although there are exceptions, focus mainly on the life, achievements, and experiences of its wealthy owners. Hardly does one hear about the experiences of the kasambahays who spent days cleaning these homes, or the kasama who worked the sugarcane fields, thus allowing the owners to live their extravagant and comfortable lifestyles. So what value to the larger society then, thus learning about the private lives of wealthy elites truly serve? Is gazing upon a beautiful architectural feature enough in itself? Or do such structures reinforce the differences between the haves and have-nots? And does this foster social inclusion? Another example I would like to look into is an ongoing project that the Nayang Pilipino has in Bataan. And so the question of whether heritage sites can truly foster a sense of identity, pride of place, social cohesion, and patriotism can also be asked of places that are significant on the national level. These are the Bataan Death March markers. So in the late 1960s, the government installed kilometer posts to mark the route of the Filipino and American POWs. So the original ones are what you see on the left. Over the years, these kilometer posts exposed to the elements deteriorated, were stolen, sold, or vandalized. They were eventually replaced by the Filipino-American Memorial Endowment with these concrete markers that you see on the right. The form may have changed, but its significance to the descendants of the Bataan Death March remain. Unfortunately, the conservation of these markers are threatened due to dwindling donations. Further interviews with some stakeholders in the province of Bataan reveal that among locals, there is limited interest in the Death March and understanding of its significance, and thus disregard for the monuments and markers associated with this nationally significant event. And so the provincial, some members from the provincial conservation team that we spoke to showed some of the issues that they were dealing with, such as the uprooting of these memorials, or on the left-hand side is a fame kilometer marker, and on the right-hand side is actually a memorial installed in thanks to the people of Bataan. But because many of the residents there do not know, or they think do not appreciate these markers, it was actually used to launch firecrackers when we were still able to use firecrackers. So this is also another example of neglected marker. So from these examples, what I hope cultural heritage managers, property owners, and policymakers would do is really ask themselves a few questions. When we speak about conservation, whose heritage are we really preserving? And when we present this heritage, is it really shared? Who are really benefiting from these conservation efforts? And besides the monetary gains, how are they benefiting? And how are we measuring these positive or negative outcomes from these conservation efforts? So if we want to pass on to future generations the heritage we ourselves have inherited and are presently enjoying, I think it is necessary to adopt a people-centered approach to the conservation and management of cultural resources. We must seek to address not only the economic needs of an individual, but also one's psycho, spiritual, emotional, and social needs. And in my opinion, this means that heritage buildings must be allowed to evolve, to allow new uses, new meanings, and interpretations to be fostered, so further valorization may take place, thus ensuring their survival. Of course, such changes to the fabric must not diminish its overall cultural significance. And so I always recalled my former mentor who always told me that we are in the business of managing change, not stifling it. So here, for example, is the Benito Marasigan house in San Juan, Batangas. It burned down. It was a 1930s residence, but it burned down about 10 years ago and has since been transformed into an unofficial community center, museum, and cultural space. Some consider it heritage. I don't know if you would. So how does all this relate to today's topic? On the one hand, I think social cohesion is needed to address the complex problems of the present and near future that will affect us all. Heritage interpretation can help with that. And on the other hand, the heritages we presently have and that will possibly survive into the future are those tangible and intangible resources that address present and current needs. The needs are countless, but climate change and food security, I think, are definitely priorities. Cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, can definitely help mitigate the impacts of climate change. For example, adopting passive cooling techniques used in traditional architecture and cultural landscapes can be adopted to lower our carbon emissions. And I also think we must move away from conserving heritage primarily for their aesthetic and historical significance, and instead looking at what carbon savings may we have by adapting heritage buildings compared to demolishing it and constructing new ones. I think intangible, in terms of food security, traditional knowledge systems would also be vital to help us feed growing populations amid climate change. So I think I'm short of time, so almost there. So to return to heritage professionals, I think, are looking into ways cultural heritage can be part of the solution to complex problems. And so organizations like Ecomos Philippines has a working group on how heritage can be utilized to address the social development goals. So to return to the Faro Convention, objects and places are not in themselves what is important about cultural heritage. They are important because of the meanings and uses that people attach to them and the values they represent. I think we need to further valorize our existing cultural heritage resources by allowing new meanings and uses to be fostered. Let us give as much importance to social value as we do to economic value. And I think let us find ways to measure this. And maybe this can be a project of the DLSU Heritage Research Team and Nayong Filipino Foundation. So I'm just putting it out there. So I'd like to close by addressing the question of embryonic forms of future heritage. I think I trained as a historian, and I think it's difficult to predict what people of the future would consider significant. Are TikTok videos the heritage of the future? Are they historically significant, aesthetically significant, socially, spiritually, scientifically? Who is to say? Perhaps future generations would have other criteria for assessing significance. Either way, it would be interesting to see if the heritages that do make it into the future have helped to create a just and humane society where truth, justice, freedom, love, equality, and peace exist. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cara, and thank you for opening the discourse on future heritages by asking those difficult questions on heritage value. And I do hope that we find a venue in which to discuss those. So thank you. Our third speaker hails from DLSU. Um, Professor Dr. Nonato C. Santos is a full professor and vice chancellor for De La Salle University Laguna campus. He holds a doctorate degree in material science and engineering from the University of the Philippines Diliman National Institute of Physics. He is a research fellow at the University of Fukui doing nanocomposite materials and its terahertz applications. He's a visiting professor in Osaka University Quantum Engineering Laboratory and Howard University's Atmospheric Science Research Laboratory. He is the research head of a solid-state physics laboratory and INANOLAB research facility and has patented work for growing nanomaterials called the horizontal vapor phase growth technique and nanosensor applied patents for gas, oil, and rubber sensing. He is the convener of Philippine Association of Physics and Science Instructors and was awarded Most Outstanding Physics Educator in 2010 by the Philippine Physics Society. His presentation this afternoon is entitled The Use of Nanotechnology in Preserving Sculpture Stones and Metals from Weathering. Dr. Noni, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lenny, for that wonderful introduction. Good afternoon to everybody. I would like to thank Dr. Shirley and Dr. Fernie in inviting me in this web conference workshop entitled Rethinking Heritage and Heritage Future. My talk is all about the use of nanotechnology in preserving sculpture stones and metals from weathering. Shown in the slide is the UP Oblation. The sculpture was made by Guillermo Tolentino. The original is made from concrete and later a replica was made from bronze and was cast in Italy. The other copy of the Oblation is in UP Los Baños, which was made by Napoleon Abueva. It should be noted that its base partially reveals the rocks before turning into smooth and polished plains. Nicanor Abelardo's bust in UP College of Music, and also the sculpture of UP Diliman's College of Arts and Letters ground, that of a muse called Magdangal. There's also the sculpture by Napoleon Abueva called Siyam na Diwata ng Sining, installed at the grounds of Bulwagan, Rizal. Also, the Bonifacio figures in Caloocan, made by Guillermo Tolentino, and another one is in Iwasang Bonifacio in front of Manila Central Post Office. What is common to all the sculptures? They are all exposed to harsh environments and weathering. It has been said that at its best, preservation engages the past in a conversation with the present over a mutual concern for the future. Have you ever stood in front of an old stone, statue, or building and had your mind whisk away to another time and place? These tangible examples of our cultural heritage teach us about the beliefs, knowledge, and traditions of the communities who created them. They also tell us about the communities who decided these artifacts were important enough to celebrate and preserve. Most of the built cultural heritage are composed of stone and metal. However, stone isn't forever. Because it is always in contact with the environment, stone can deteriorate and become discolored over time. This decay is related to a decrease in the strength and toughness of the stone and an increase in the number of size of pores in the stone, which causes the stone to soak up more water. There are several causes of stone decay. Acid rain, which can be caused by heavy industrial activity like the burning of fossil fuels, can dissolve stone materials like limestone or marble. This is because the minerals that make up these stones have a high solubility, which makes them prone to dissolving and changing color when they interact with acid rain. Over time, these sculptures can lose their face, as shown in the figure. Another cause of, of decay is the biological activity of living organisms like bacteria, fungi, and algae. These microorganisms may grow on the surface of the stone or even inside the cracks and pores to cause destruction from the inside. As these microorganisms grow and eat, they secrete enzymes and organic acids that are highly harmful to the stone and other artwork. In addition, some microorganisms like fungi can excrete pigments related to photosynthesis, like green chlorophyll or black melanin. This leaves blotches of color all over the stone monuments. Finally, water is the enemy of stone. Water trapped inside the stone in cold weather and thaw in warm weather. This cold thaw cycle causes cracks in the stone due to the expansion of water. Eventually, the stone can break apart completely. Similarly, water can carry dissolved salts into the stone structure, which later crystallize and expand, causing cracking and breakage. To address these challenges, stone preservation techniques are used to both restore the structural integrity of the stone and prevent further decay. Preservationists must also consider the fundamental principles of restoration when they design a solution, including a compatibility, effectiveness, durability, and the ability to repeat a treatment. This helps avoid the use of a treatment that doesn't work or one that could cause new problems. An exciting new development in preservation is the use of nanoparticles to protect and enhance the material properties of this stone and metal cultural heritage. The small size of nanomaterial is useful for filling the tiniest cracks of a damaged stone artifact, while their increased surface area per mass enhances the reactivity of nanoparticles or nanomaterials used to combat pollution and microorganisms. There are three major categories of nanomaterial applications in cultural heritage preservation. Number one is consolidation materials. Nanomaterials used for consolidation can be thought of as fillers. These nanomaterials fill empty pore spaces and mimic the original stone material. One common consolidation material is calcium hydroxide nanoparticles. To restore damaged stone artifacts, the calcium hydroxide nanoparticles can be sprayed over the stone surface or applied them using a brush. The nanoparticles sink deep into the pores and cracks of the stone. The power of these nanoparticles is their ability to transform into calcium carbonate mineral phases, such as calcite and aragonite, the major minerals of limestone, through a reaction with atmospheric carbon dioxide in the presence of moisture. These calcium hydroxide nanoparticles are often used to restore stone artifacts and buildings made of limestone because the properties and chemistry of the filler will match the original artifact. Calcium hydroxide nanoparticles used for limestone consolidation are excellent example of preservationists matching the filler material to the stone material to achieve better compatibility, effectiveness, and treatment durability. Second is water repellent. Nanomaterials used as water repellents prevent water from entering and damaging the stone structure. One common example is silicon dioxide nanoparticles, which are mixed into siloxane polymers. This mixture is applied to the surface of the stone and forms a super hydrophobic coating, which allows water to bead up and roll off the stone instead of seeping inside. In this way, these coatings repel water drops and leave the stone dry after rainfall. The Si2 nanoparticles create a roughened surface while the siloxane polymers further minimize contact with water, resulting in what is called a Cassie-Baxter scenario. Here, air is trapped between the droplet of water and the surface of the stone, preventing direct contact. In our iNano research lab, we synthesize nanomaterials using the horizontal vapor phase growth technique. We fabricate sensors and also synthesize nano coatings. In this slide, we synthesize nano coating with hydrophobic properties and test the coating with our contact angle equipment. We can also synthesize anti-algae surface coatings. We have hydrophilic coatings made from ceramic nanobeads. We use the scanning electron microscope to check the surface of the coating and also the contact angle for its hydrophilic property. Third is self-cleaning coatings. Nanomaterials are also used in self-cleaning. Here we choose nanoparticles that are photocatalytically active, which means that they absorb light to power chemical reactions. For example, a mixture of zinc oxide and magnesium oxide nanoparticles can absorb UV light to produce highly reactive oxygen-containing molecules. These molecules then degrade pollutants on the surface of the stone and can also prevent the growth of fungi, one of the most active microbial colonizers on stone. As they grow, these fungi form dense networks of filaments called hyphae, which help them penetrate deep into the stone. Fungi can be difficult to combat because they can grow even in low nutrient conditions or in the presence of intense sunlight. When fungi attach to the surface like stone, they can form thin biofilms containing extracellular polymeric substances. This slimy EPS protects the fungi and helps them survive on the stone surface. When treated with zinc magnesium oxide nanoparticles, a biofilm was unable to form and the stone remains fungi-free. In our research lab, we synthesize nanoparticles that eradicates bacteria, as shown in the slide. We use silver nanoparticles and tin oxide nanoparticles. Silver nanoparticles are used to eradicate bacteria, while tin oxide is for anti-UV. In our laboratory, we also produce nanoparticles for anti-corrosion. As shown in the figure, we produce polyaniline graphene nanoparticles. For anti-heat application, we produce tin oxide nanoparticles to block UV to shield metals and stones from excessive heat. Thank you very much for this opportunity to show the capability of our research lab and congratulations to this successful workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nani, for your continued work in showing the benefits of nanoparticles. I hope they're going to be commercially available soon for us. Okay, again, if you have questions, please type them in the Q&A box, chat box, and Facebook page. Thank you. For our last speakers, we have Dr. Arnie Escaraga and Ms. Courtney Animo. Dr. Arnulfo Escaraga is a professor of computer science and University Fellow at Lasalle University, Manila. He is a certified senior quality assurance assessor for ASEAN University Network and a member of the AUN QA Council. He is also a member of the Artificial Intelligence Council of the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development of the DLSU. He was DLSU Vice Chancellor, for research from 2011 to 2013. Ms. Courtney Ngoy is an assistant professor in the Software Technology Department at Lasalle University and is currently doing web and mobile development analysis and consultancy work on mud crab species identification. These are the Crabifier, Crab Map, and Alimango. She also maintains Retroscope, a crowdsourcing website that maps and dates old photos of the Philippines, and the soon-to-be public Salita, a culturomics website for Filipino words recorded in media. The presentation today is entitled Computational Cultural Heritage. So Dr. Ernie and Ms. Courtney, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Lenny Garcia. So warning, this is going to be a whirlwind tour, very fast-paced tour of computer science, AI, artificial intelligence, and IT in general. And we will explain and explore them towards the preservation and promotion of Filipino art and culture. So we know this, there are more and more of these machines that are able to walk, they are able to dance, they can even drive themselves in a car. And we also know, this is fresh from Google, the Lambda conversational AI agent that can talk to us about any topic, about Pluto, about questions you can ask as if the machine was a paper plane, and you can ask all kinds of questions and the conversation will be human-like. We all know that machines can be so good at detecting faces and identifying them and noting who they are. And it's almost scary to know that they are able to do all of that. And machines, more and more, are taking on human tasks. We know that the ATMs have been replaced. The ATMs have replaced bank tellers, chatbots replacing call center agents. And we have computers that play chess better than Garry Kasparov. And that was way back in 1997. Playing games is the playground of artificial intelligence. We have been proving that machines are intelligent by making them play games at least as good as humans. And more we see that they surpass the ability of humans to play games that seem to be, used to be, reserved for intellectual and intelligent beings. So chess, 1997, we had Jeopardy champions losing to Watson, also of IBM, in 2011. And at that time, it was already fairly good with natural language processing and would understand the questions as they were posed to the contestants. And even more importantly, we have the AlphaGo and the AlphaGo Zero especially, which learned to play Go in just a matter of days. Unlike chess, which took master chess players to teach the computer how to play good chess, AlphaGo played with itself and just learned the tricks of the game over and over just a few days, was able to reach the level of the world champion. So this is a time and day of machines that are proving to be so good at what they are programmed to become. We have mastered the facial points and the muscles in our face that create certain expressions in our eyes, how we raise our eyebrows or how we move our lips, so that we can make President Obama before, for example, can be made to say certain things, and his eyes and his lips will be in sync with what he is saying. And scary that we could have made Donald Trump declare martial law towards the end of his presidency using AI, and this could be broadcast on TV, and people will find it very difficult to know that these were all just made by computers and were all fake. So we have all of these generative adversarial networks we call GANs that can create fake faces from real ones. And I think the first row are real faces, and the second row are faces that are generated, which are fake. And it would be very hard for us to know which one is real and which one is fake. And in fact, these machines are trained to actually not be detectable, that they should be able to create things that are very realistic, although they are synthetic. And I'll go back to that because, of course, there's a scary and unethical side to that. But what about making machines create synthetic things that are useful, that are beautiful, that are creative? What about that? So, okay, but machines are intelligent, they seem smart, but they are cold, with no heart, no empathy, incapable of giving tender, loving care, so we say. So we say that there are jobs that will not be taken over by machines. Those that need common sense, creativity, innovation, those that need empathy. But, well, we have fielded robots to be at the front desks of hotels in Japan, for example. They will not ever be tired of smiling at you. They will be forever cheerful and subservient and patient and courteous, will always be courteous, will always use the right phrases and languages to the people they are dealing with. And so even that is not true. Machines can be empathic too. And maybe our last bastion is to comfort us that, okay, but can they do poetry like William Shakespeare? Can they compose music like Mozart, write like Leo Tolstoy, and paint like Vincent van Gogh? Can they? Well, these are two poems, one written by a person, other written by a machine. I've shown this slide 2 years ago, so that's how old this technology is. So poem number 1 was written by a human poet, and poem number 2 was written by a computer program, written in Python, apparently, Pythonic poet at the University of California, Berkeley. And so we have had machines for a few years now who are able to write novels like Tolstoy, sonnets like Shakespeare, and they can even write journal papers that look like journal papers in math, or develop computer programs, and can even extend the song. I'm being flagged. Can even extend the song of Frozen with the same melodic and lyrical style. So I bring you malikhain. I will just use a few minutes before I pass on to Courtney. Malikhain, this was a student's thesis that we worked on that would bridge the world of, that would bring students and the young people closer to the Filipino masters using generative AI. And if you recall, you can make machines be creative and write and design new things, like design new bags. Just sketch it and they will design for you. We have a master's thesis on designing furniture that IKEA-type furnitures will have the texture of the furniture of Filipino designers. We have these kinds of sofas, lounges, different types of chairs, and even tables. These are all now possible. So there. So back to Vincent van Gogh, there is also AI that can do that. You have a picture of the San Francisco Bridge. You want to see how Van Gogh would have painted it. That is easy now with neural style transfer. And a student of mine at the Taiwan Tech explored this further and did something to control the texture if he wanted to. And over here, undergraduate students did this, her own sketch, Iris Lee, by merge her painting, her sketch with that of Manuel Valdemor to get this painting. And that's how we bring them and bridge them to Filipino masters like Ang Q Kok. By merging their styles, they get to be interested with the masters and learn about their life stories, learn about Juan Luna, learn about Felix Hidalgo and the other masters. And we did it also for Florante at Laura. So instead of forcing them to learn Florante at Laura, maybe encourage them by asking them to submit poems, and it will be, we try to cast it with some machine learning, to cast it in the form of a balagtasan. We are not there yet, but we're getting there. So that is the intro. For the specific tools, may I ask Courtney now?
Hello. Hi. Hi, okay, thank you. So I'm just going to continue what Doc Arnie was sharing about computational cultural heritage. So I'm going to divide my, my presentation today into 4 parts. First is how we can discover new insights of cultural heritage with computational technology. How can we analyze cultural heritage? How can we participate or contribute to cultural heritage? And how can we experience or re-experience cultural heritage with computational technology? So first, let's talk about discovering. So here, the simplest way that we can discover is by getting information and storing them. And in the case of this website by UNESCO, they were able to record intangible heritages and allow users to interact with this visualization. So each dot here is a intangible heritage, which you can click on and they will give you more information about it. And if you go back to the visualization, you can actually see that those big bubbles are the categories of intangible heritage, like dance, music. What we can also gather, aside from information of intangible heritage, are words. So this paper, what they did was they digitized millions of books and counted how many times a word, in this case Filipino and Filipinas and Filipinas, occurred in every book, and also took note of the year that they occurred. So what we can see here is a visualization, a line graph, comparing the word usage of Filipinas and Filipinas. So you can see here that Filipinas actually was used more, especially in the 1900s, there was a spike of usage. So what we should know here is that this research, Culturomics, actually use not just Filipino text. They actually use English, they also use Spanish and Chinese text. That's why Filipinas had a high count because of the Spanish data set. As comparison, we actually also did the same thing with a website we call Gunita. And here we also compare Filipinas and Filipinas. Filipinas is in green here. And what you can see here is that we actually didn't cover a lot of data. So as you can see here, they started from 1800s. We don't have that much data. So we just started with 2014. So we just crawled articles of Filipino news sites and we counted the words, again, word occurrences. And you can see here, Filipinas appears a lot. Actually, Filipinas only appears because of the debate whether we should rename Filipinas to Filipinas. So going back to Culturomics, what's also interesting is that we can track how people use words. So in this case, chide is an irregular verb. So chid and chod is the correct past tense. But you can see here, we don't use it anymore. We now prefer the word chided as the past tense. And what they also notice is that some countries regularize the verbs quicker than the others. So here in the American literature, they immediately switch to burned instead of burnt. While in the UK, they have more or less the same usage. One thing that we can also do is to correlate it with history. So for example, here in the blue line, we can see Tian Anmen in Chinese and Tian Anmen in English is in green. And you can see here in the 1976, that's the protest we can see a spike of 10 Anbun in Chinese literature. But in 1989, during the massacre, because of censorship, they actually did not allow 10 Anbun to be mentioned. That's why we only see a spike in English literature. Aside from words, you can also use sensors. So in this research, what they use is LiDAR or laser technology to scan the landscape and check for structures underneath the picture. So for example, here, we can only see forestry, but using lasers, we can actually see structures underneath it. Space archaeology is also the same thing, but also with images. So they overlap images and sensors. So for example, here, we just see a photo or a landscape of sand. But if we use also the moisture content and also the chlorophyll presence, we can actually see more information. And it is what they saw. This is a process image. And you can actually see, if you zoom in, there's actually blocks of houses and also neighborhoods and also streets. And what they were able to see is the lost city of Tanis in Egypt. And here they were able to also note where the temple is, where the large homes are, etc. So in the domain of image, we can also do art. So this research has an art historian that said that she knows that artists reuse references for their paintings. So what they did was to make a neural network to detect all of these reoccurring references across different paintings of the same artist. So as you can see here, the dog reappears in 4 different paintings by Bruegel. And this was immediately found out by the neural network. So it changes in color and scale, but it's still the same. Same thing with flowers, so different positions. It is a different artist by Rossetti, same face, but different artwork. Here by Peter Paul Rubens, you can see the same clothing here in different paintings. So still in the art domain, we can also, this is an interesting research, again by a neural network that mapped art styles chronologically. So what's interesting here, so each dot here is a painting, and the dark blue dots are the oldest paintings, and the red dots are the newest paintings. What's interesting here is that this neural network that made this visualization did not know the year each painting was made in, but it was able to see the correlation, and it has a circular fashion to chronologically sort the paintings. So here you can see the Renaissance, you can see the Baroque style, the Romantic style, etc. And it was able to actually spot those, again, without being given the year. Now let's go to how we can analyze cultural heritage with computational technology. So the first thing that we can do easily is a virtual restoration. So I'm sure you've seen the news of one person who restored the painting really badly and it destroyed the painting. Virtual restoration could help that person know how to fix the painting more properly, or something that they could at least check first before doing it. So here in letter A is the original painting. B is the crack detection, so they determine where it should be in-painted or it should be restored. And C and D are the restored paintings, again by the neural network. It didn't do it without human intervention. One thing we can also do is photo geolocation. So this neural network gets a picture of a picture, and it determines where the photo was taken. So that's going to be important when we have historical photos and we want to see where it was taken. So here, for example, this picture of the Eiffel Tower, it determined that it's going to be near Paris. So the first row here are very easy to spot because they have landmarks, right? Second row is more difficult, but there are still some unique to that region. For example, cherry blossoms, the red phone booth. But the last row are very difficult, but the neural network was able to detect them correctly. So here we can see horses and the green grass is Iceland. I mean, even a person cannot do that, right? Also, we can do text extraction in old handwritten manuscripts. So here is an old handwritten manuscript. And in the middle is the previous model that is not very effective. So as you can see, when it tried to extract the lines, it's not very good because there are some lines where there are 2 actual handwritten lines that were overlapping. So there, the third picture here is their solution. So here you could see that it actually varies in line height, and it was able to capture it. So how can we also participate or contribute to cultural heritage? The easiest way is to upload to Wikipedia. So this is a contest that is hosted by Wikipedia called Wiki Loves Monuments, and encourages people to upload photos which could be used for their Wikipedia pages. And of course, the winners will be compensated. Yeah, but the great thing here is that these things are captured before they get ruined. If in case they will get ruined, at least we have a record of it. Since they also want to make a lot of this or encourage people to upload a lot, they also localize the competition to each country. So these are the winners of the 2019 Wiki Loves Monuments Philippines. So in our college, we also made a site called Retroscope, where we encourage people to upload old photos, preferably high res. And we also ask them to pin them on the map. So it's the same thing as the photo geolocation problems. We actually want to combine them. But here, we're still trying to rely on crowdsourcing. So what we want to do is encourage people to upload without knowing the actual answer. And people can suggest, make a guess, and a moderator can come in and approve them. So same thing for dates. So we also want to ask them, when was it taken? A similar website is the Smithsonian transcription. So here, these are handwritten notebooks and manuscripts. And the idea here is that we want people to help in transcribing this. So here's one project, and if you open it, it would look like this. So there's a page, a photo of the page, and people can transcribe it. And again, a moderator can come in and approve which is the correct transcription. Here's another website, which is also the same thing. It's called Art Detective. And in this case, you have a question regarding the painter or the sitter who is in the painting. For example, here, can anyone identify these two lighthouses? So people, again, can guess, and the moderator can come in to answer it. And the interesting part here is that they actually found the exact, here's a Google Street Map of the place where the painter must have been. But it actually isn't a lighthouse, it's actually a church. So you can see here is a church. And the other lighthouse was ruined. And again, with Wikipedia, they also host editathons, which are very interesting. So the idea here is that they invite people to volunteer, they give them free food, and they ask them to use the local library to edit or add pages to Wikipedia. So this is so that we can enrich some pages or some Wikipedia pages that are very lacking in information. So the last part is how we can experience or re-experience cultural heritage. So the easiest way is a game. So here, this game educates people of the Inupiat Alaska Native culture. So the idea here is that the user can control the girl or the fox to achieve, to end the endless blizzard of this particular game. And to reach that goal, they have to meet some characters from the mythology, which in turn educates the people about their mythology. Another thing is the Ubisoft Discovery Tour. So what you can see here is actually a game that is inspired by the Assassin's Creed, which you probably could have heard of before. So the idea here is that the game had a very rich environment that they could actually just remove the Assassin's Creed part and just retain the environment and use it for educational purposes. So here, they can students can just go and log in and go around ancient Greece. So they can also see some artifacts being used and also some paintings that could have been inspired by the scene that they're looking at right now. Another immersive experience is an art light show. This one is for Van Gogh. It's also one for Klimt and Dali. So here you can see people just can come in and re-experience the paintings. So the following will be about museum interactive pieces. So the first one is called the Revealing Flashlight. So this is good for statues and some artifacts like this, where the pigments might have been deteriorated over time. So the idea here is that we don't want to paint the actual artifact. So we get people to interact with it using a flashlight, and an image will be projected to the artifact or the statue, and it will show how it would have looked like if it was in peak form. The same thing here with the statue. Another famous possibility is AR or augmented reality. So in this case, they have a room that is supposed to look like the Macau grottos, one of the caves in the Macau grottos. So here, the people can come in, get their iPads, and point their camera at the room, And here you can see there are some webbings which will help them see how would the room look like. And they can also zoom in on some artifacts. And we also have the Kwantu world map. So there's an ancient map projected on the floor. And the idea here is that when they step on one of the key points of the map, the wall projections will change to show more information about what they were stepping on. Same with the zodiac. And lastly, for AR, we also have Art Lens, which is in the Cleveland Museum of Art. So people can can download the app and go to the museum and point their phone to the painting, and it will reveal more information about that painting. For example, the sitter, the style, etc. Sorry. And also, aside from AR, we also have virtual reality or VR. So this is a new paper, 2021. So the idea here is that to help VR studios get the environment correctly quickly, what they're doing is to get photos from the wild and make them make different views using only those photos, in this case from Flickr. So just using these photos, they were able to generate, it is completely generated, not picked from the data set. So they generated different lightings, different positions, and also different camera angles to the point where they can make a video of the camera exploring. Again, this whole video is completely generated by the computer. And since we cannot go to a museum, what I recommend that we can try today to explore art is to get Google Arts and Culture. It's an app, and you can basically also interact with paintings. For example, here, the Kiss by Gustav Klimt, we can actually zoom in more so than what you would get when you go to the actual museum where the painting is. So you can actually zoom in and see more detail. And lastly, what we can also do, in this case, it's a picture of my dog. I uploaded this photo, and I can also do style transfer, which was introduced by Dr. Arnie before. So in this case, I can change the photo to match a particular painting from different artists. For example, Starry Night, The Scream, etc. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Courtney and Dr. Arnie. That was indeed mind-blowing. I think space archaeology and style mapping is wonderful tools for preserving art and heritage, but I think generative AI is really scary. So we're now opening the floor for questions. Again, you can type your questions in the Q&A box, or you can simply just raise your hand and ask your questions directly. There was a question earlier for Sir Noni, but Sir Noni has already answered them. Would you like to share that, Sir Noni?
Yes, the question is how long will calcium hydroxide nanoparticles react with CO2? I told it depends on the humidity and the nitrogen content of the atmosphere. So, and then the other question I said,
How long?
the other one is 10 years. I said the lifetime of the coating. Okay.
Okay. Do we have other questions? So Fernie, do we have questions from Facebook? Okay, we're checking. In the meantime, well, I'm just gonna go kind of chronologically. I think this question might be answered by Sir Paulo and or Miss Cara, since you're both talking about like heritage value. I was wondering, could the loss of heritage spaces, for instance, in the case of the plazas, could it be attributed to a lack of consciousness about heritage value? And if so, once we've recovered these plazas, these heritage spaces, how do we make sure that it's not going to get lost again? And would incorporating the value of heritage in the curriculum be of help in developing this sense of, heritage, and if so, how do we approach a curriculum like that? I mean, anybody?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Thank you,
I
sir.
mean, those are, if I got it right, those are three questions. The reason why we've had a lot of our plazas compromised is mainly politics and the need for administrations in towns and cities to show something, projects that are built. So they have to spend money for various agendas. And the low-hanging fruit is a covered court or multi-purpose court and things like senior centers. And I've never seen a senior use a senior center because they'd rather be out with everybody else than being cooped up in a senior center. And so the plantillas of our LGUs are pressured, again, because of various agendas, to come up with projects that can be built within the 3 years of the administration. And the plaza is the easiest thing, so long as there's enough space. So you'll find that they start filling it up with all manner of structures, even looking for people they want to valorize and put up monuments to everyone's uncle or whatever. And a lot of these initiatives are not vetted or go through any process of stakeholders. I forgot to mention earlier, during the Iloilo plazas, we had stakeholders meetings, although it's kind of difficult with the pandemic. We did consult with heritage groups, and of course social media is one other way to do that. But so the answer for question number one is really politics and agendas of things under the table, where people make money from more and more projects being built, though it's not necessary. You have a lot of white elephants in our plazas all through the country. The second is in terms of open space. How do we ensure that we don't lose any more open space? It's by making laws, and the laws can be isolated into the LGUs themselves, who are required by law to come up with a comprehensive land use plan every 9 years. And within this comprehensive land use plan should be, although it's not always done, a park and open space program to ensure that this heritage plazas, as well as spaces in new settlements, are put in. There's only one law at the moment that requires parks and open space, which is if you are a subdivision developer, you're required to put in 15% open space versus the overall area, except that this 15% can include some roads. So you're really left with leftover space, like 2, 3, 4 meters wide along a creek, and that cannot be considered in any imagination as a park or plaza, but it's in the reading of the law. So an ordinance can be made, which requires the stakeholder consultation and approval by the Sangguniang. So the ordinance can stipulate that this proportion of open space must be conserved. All of the existing open space must be conserved. But at the national level, we still don't have a land use act. And one of the things that need to be put in, especially in highly urbanized areas, is to ensure that there's a proportion of open and green space to built up area for various reasons, mainly to do with public safety, CCA, DRRM. If we don't have open space and a park network, will not be able to contain what is called the urban heat island effect, which increases the temperatures of cities because of the pouring of so much concrete. And the data can be given to support this requirement. So laws. And the third, on education, yes, of course, we can engender a sense of value to heritage, or understanding and appreciation of heritage as well as civic values. Again, going back to educating our young in civics, what it is to be a citizen, what it is to be part of the community. I collect old textbooks, and before the war, civics was taught to all of our school children, and several chapters in these include what we do to, of course, they use a very simplistic term, what we can do to beautify our towns, how to keep our plazas presentable because it's a reflection of the community. And so we were taught before the war that these spaces were important to the citizens of a town or city, and the value they add to lives, as well as the value they add to, of course, having spaces where events of community are held. So this sense and pride of place is something missing today, because the number one space we all go to is the mall, which is not a public space, but you are then under the hegemonic rule of corporate corporations. So you pledge allegiance to SM, but not to your town or city. And that is what we need to correct in the way we create spaces and the way we create our towns and cities today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So yeah, sad reality, malls rather than the parks. And so support from like legal support, laws, and then education. So a lot of, there are several comments on the same issue on education and how we incorporate heritage value in our curriculum. So maybe Ms. Kiara?
Yeah,
like
thank you for that. Just to add to what Paulo already mentioned, I think it is also, there are a couple of things that can be also done. It's about interpretation. How do you also address adult learners to understand, appreciate, and conserve our heritage resources? And a lot of the interpretation that's happening on the ground usually focuses on the grand narratives that do not relate to ordinary people's experiences. So we were running, for example, a program in Kawit, Cavite with Emilio Aguinaldo, and a lot of people would always associate him as either the traitor of the revolution or the murderer of Andres Bonifacio and General Luna. And I think the discussion usually gets caught there. It stops there. But I think if we look at it from different perspectives, so how did Aguinaldo relate, for example, with his family, with the other revolutionaries of the period, then the discussion becomes much wider. And you don't see his house solely as where the Declaration of Independence was made, but it was now, it takes on greater symbolic value. So I think it's looking at what kind of stories are we telling and why are we telling these stories? Or are we still just stuck on the memorization of dates and names that mean nothing to you teenagers these days? But working with at the local level, we also realize that there's a lot of data that is not available to people. So I think the discussion in the first panel was about, and I appreciate Courtney's and Arnie's presentation about bringing things online. Because how can you be proud of your history, your heritage, if you don't understand what the contexts of these artifacts or these sites? So knowledge, the access to knowledge, to data is very crucial. And I think there needs to be more training on the ground on how to interpret, understand, and utilize this data. We have a lot of material. For example, in our experience recently in Bataan, we saw wonderful volumes on the province on their cultural map, but a lot of them said they didn't know what to do with it next. So I think there needs to be capacity. You need to capacitate your local officials, your teachers, and this is something that is not done one-off, but it requires a lot of hand-holding for quite some time. We can have as many laws as we can pass, but if they don't know how to, but if we don't capacitate our people, then sayang din. So I think I'll just end there to add.
Yes, yeah. So it takes the whole community, so to speak. Just to read people's comments. There are more comments than questions, although Sir Jay Calleja says that, asked how can educational institutions like DLSU best participate in the dialogue of what should be given meaning and value. So it's related to what we're talking about. And then Dr. Ethel Ong says that it's just a comment from my perception beyond historical facts on our heroes and colonization, appreciating/valuing our cultural heritage seems to be not integrated into the grade school curriculum to educate our kids, or maybe it is the curriculum design that's the issue. And then Mr. Juanico, I hope I am saying that right, asked, there is an old house, used to be an office occupied by the Japanese during the World War II. Currently, there is this family living in it, but as I see it, it's getting dilapidated. What shall the LGU, what can the LGU do to preserve it? Anybody before we go into AI and nanoparticles?
Well, if I may,
yes, sir. Please.
All the LGUs, all the towns have to do an audit of their sites and structures, and unless you have this audit, you don't have the data. You can't locate them. You must locate them, and this can be done within a year's work if you had the people with the capacity. As Kara said, the capacity building can be done also through the help of like the NCCA with its pre-COP, which identifies heritage structures. But various towns and cities already have their own heritage groups, and they're doing so as an initiative by civil society. This is to aid. Now it all depends on the political will of the town or city, whether it's seen as something that can help their political agenda, they'll do it. If it doesn't, they won't do it. So unless you have proactive groups that push for heritage conservation, and the important thing here is that in terms of placemaking, the reason why a lot of our kids don't have any relationship with the place they study in, or because they actually don't get out of the school campus, especially in the middle class. You live in Alabang, but you go to school in Makati, and you just get chauffeured to a mall. So the constructs of our young today, especially those in the middle and upper classes, are not anymore place-based. They are digitally based, or they are just based within spaces that are within their orbit, but they don't have an understanding, in fact, of the metropolis, the province, or even my youngest doesn't know where anything is in the Philippines. I keep asking him, we went to this place, don't you know where it is? So I give him a choice, Luzon, Visayas, or Mindanao. I don't know where. I'll look in Google Map. But geography and a sense of space and place is essential for us to be able to develop a sense of community and, in the end, identity. If we don't do that, then we are floating in digital space, and we have no attachments to anything except what is contrived by AI now. So eventually our children will be all children of AI, an AI world where what you construct in SimCity is more important than what you construct in the regular world.
Right. But maybe Dr. Arnie and Miss Courtney would like to say something because, yeah, this is actually a very interesting issue because kids' visuality have changed, you know, because they're now always on their smartphones or laptops. But at the same time, this AI has taken this opportunity to bring, you know, heritage and art to, I mean, precisely because, you know, it's so accessible now through these digital means. But how do we balance out, you know, but also before you respond, Sir Jay Calleja also asked something about this, and this is also my concern, especially about generative AI, like the ethical issues involved, you know, and the intellectual property issues that might come out of the products, the outputs. So yes, Sir Arnie.
Courtney, would you like to go ahead or I go ahead?
Ako muna. So yung sa AI, I really do think na AI is not trying to replace experience. It's trying to augment it. So that's my view. So if we try to keep on treating AI as the replacement, then we will have a problem. But if we think of it as an something to help us, then I think it will work out. But I do agree na currently there is a decreasing interest in these things kasi yun nga, it is so accessible as Dr. Len said. So for me, that is true for some people, but from somebody who I grew up in Pangasinan, and when I grew up, this information are so hard to find. So for me, having the tools that I have now, knowing that there is no nearby heritage place that I can go to and try to learn, yeah, that one is very empowering for people who lives in the situation that I did before. But yun nga, for example, but again, it's not going to replace the real experience. So for me, it is okay to again do it to get people interested in it and possibly also participate. But in the end, we still have to open, for example, a museum. We still have to present this art. We still have to present these artifacts and make it accessible to people so that their learning on AI will be solidified by having this heritage so accessible to them. So that's my that's my take on the first question, Dr.
Yeah, when Courtney and I discussed what we were going to show, as you can imagine, the field is just so vast. We had a bias towards interaction, you know, those where the crowd, we call them the crowd, we have input and can bring in lots of things to the official body of knowledge. And before we talk of the rise of the machines, there's also the rise of the crowd. In the past, the music producers will dictate what songs will eventually be played on radio. Now you can compose your song and you have your other venues to have it heard, and you can write your poem and get it published without going through other people. So there's the rise of everybody else, and I think we will have to redo our education in terms of how we teach painting and poetry and literature. All this heritage has to be done differently. It cannot be in terms of memorizing their dates, who their father was, etc. And instead, probably bring them to the scene and make them part of the history through all these augmented reality and all that. Now, so yun yung rise of the crowd, and I meant that to be positive, and so we wanted all the interaction. But there's also the rise of the machine, and we know, of course, there's a whole debate about the ethics of it, and if we leave it to them, then we will have such a biased, we will be the kind of heritage that will be dumped on us will one day be dictated by the machines. Hopefully that will there will not be too much of that. But actually more practical than that are the questions on IP and actually in the end privacy. Because when people upload pictures, for example, it's their own pictures, and there's not so much of a problem, but we get to use Manuel Baldemore's painting. We have to make sure that there is this the right attribution, and you get the permission of the artist and the poet and all that. So there's all of those that have to be considered. But even uploading your own pictures of the 1970s, you show naked children swimming in the river. You'll have to be careful with what are suddenly now available to everybody, and with all the face detection, and they can now figure out how you will look like 20 years or 30 years later. You know, the prospects are just so scary that all of these will have to be studied carefully. But at the same time, it offers a lot of openings and spaces to reimagine things, and I'm actually more hopeful than scared.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Sarah.
If I may, for Doc Arnie, or Courtney. But wouldn't this still exclude those who do not have access to the technologies? Or are we going to be seeing better network connectivity and to address things like this?
If I may just go ahead of Courtney. You know, they all talked about the internet. This is an old idea, even that the internet will bring the library to the schools. So those books that used to be inaccessible will now be accessible, but only if they are connected, right? And so there are always all these infrastructural elements that also have to go hand in hand with whatever is offered. But at the same time, we cannot wait, right, for everything to be in place. So I guess for a large educational institution like Lasalle, we have to actually start discussions tomorrow that will surely come out. How we can progress in terms of the options for heritage preservation and promotion, and still be inclusive, and not be so elitist in who can get access to these. But the internet has actually democratized a lot of things already. So if the trend just continues, I think with a little more push from benefactors and local government, I think we can achieve much more in terms of democratizing heritage preservation and promotion.
Ms. Cara, when you were talking about AI, which part do you mean? Yung generative po ba? Yeah. Yung generative, yeah, actually, the fact that it is, so Doc Arnie and I and other, some people who are doing in AI, actually, we talked about this before in another discussion. But yeah, so actually, that's actually a problem, how accessible it is. Because we actually, we talked about how CRISPR could be used for something bad. We talked about how guns could be used for something bad. But when you buy a gun, you have to pass so many permits first before getting it. But an AI model, it is so easy that you can actually load it in your own computer, not even a fancy computer. Kasi yung mahirap lang na part is training, but the actual usage is easy. You have to have a fancy computer. But the problem there is it's so easy to download. You can do a lot more stuff, and you're opening it to people who don't have to file for a permit to do something about it. So actually, for me, yung problem na will it exclude some people? For me, that's actually being answered now by making it very easy to run on a normal computer. But the problem from there is ethics. Kasi, so you made it easy. How do you now stop people from doing bad things about it? So that one, so as our discussion also went into how do we now stop, or why do we even continue to do AI when it could be done for bad things? And our answer is that when somebody does something bad, somebody also tries to negate that effect and tries to, again, when the technology matures, we will see people also protecting the technology from being used for bad things. So so it's not much of an answer, but for me, yun nga, it's going to be answered rin naman in the future.
I think the answer is not going to come and not going to be as definite as we hope it to be, because it's really a very rich venue to talk about, very hard questions. And I wonder if AI could eventually bring us back to like the traditional things, like what Sir Paulo was talking about earlier. But anyway, we don't have much time left, but I would just like to ask this last question, because I think it concerns everybody, what everybody had talked about this afternoon. Dr. Nani talks about the nanoparticles as replacing traditional methods of preservation, right? And the first question that I have is, um, are I keep on seeing upsides, and therefore I'm like applauding it, but are there no downsides to it? I mean, in the foreseeable future, I don't know if there is any. And then second, given AI, generative AI, all of these AI tools, nanoparticles as a way of preserving heritage, do we now require uh, conservation managers, architects, engineers, additional skills in order to preserve heritage? So an answer from everybody, please. Maybe Sir Nani first.
Yeah, I believe that actually we need a policy how to apply nanotechnology to this cultural heritage, because right now we don't have, we cannot just go directly to the works of the artists. Of course they have to agree first before we touch anything. So we need those guidelines so that we'll be able to help. But there are already, a few who are into it because they believe that they can preserve more their artwork when they use nanotechnology.
Thank you, Sir Nani. Uh,
AI?
Anybody else? Yes, please, Sir Paulo.
Yes, the problem, and I speak from the point of view of architectural conservation or conservation of buildings. The technology that is needed to conserve a lot of our church facades, say, and even our Bahay na Bato is something old, not something new. It's plaster. It's lime-based plaster. Palitada. The reason why a lot of our churches are deteriorating is because the protective plaster that kept the stone underneath, coral or adobe or whatever, protected from the weather was this plaster. And you cannot replace it with cement plaster. It has to be a plaster compatible to either the coral stone or the volcanic tuff that was used for these. So it's understanding how to bring back a technology that's age-old and actually cheap. And this is what Escuela Taliera has been doing, and the Heritage Conservation Society has been espousing. A lot of the interventions is really to bring back, number one, protective plaster on the buildings. As to the to wood, there also are existing technologies in terms of varnishes and protective coatings that are based on native trees. Again, we just have to rediscover what they are. The bigger problem of earthquake damage is understanding the very nature of the structures themselves. And there has already been a lot of research and a transfer of this expertise from South America to here, which involves strengthening of the beams that surround the churches where we know that it is most likely to fail. So engineering work in conservation is already being studied. It needs to be applied. What we need to stop is the interventions that are being put into structures using modern technology that's not compatible with the buildings of old. Very big example is that a lot of the roofs of churches, which is very heavy timber, have been replaced by steel trusses and lightweight roofing material. When they didn't understand that the trusses themselves and the weight they have work with the buttresses that are in the church to counter each other's forces. If you remove that roof, the old roof, what will happen is the tendency of the walls is to collapse, and that has happened. So a lot of this is old technology, is understanding that we have to bring back the way we used to build it to be able to conserve this. There are, of course, higher tech interventions which involve nanotechnology, as well as injections of chemicals into stone to strengthen it. That's all fancy, but most of the problems that we encounter in our old houses and churches, like with the churches, is to ensure that no weeds grow or no plants grow to compromise the structures themselves. So it's a lot of this is just because all of the knowledge that we had in building these things has been lost. That's one thing that the Escuela Tadeo de Manila is trying to bring back, the old techniques of stone masonry, of ironmongery, wrought iron, of carpentry. This needs to be brought back, and it can be a source of income if we can test that to get people into this, because there are thousands of structures that need to be conserved. And once we get our priorities straight and avoid any more loss of heritage, then maybe the government can support it, or if not, then it will be civil society.
Right. Thank you so much, Sir Paulo. Unfortunately, we've gone over time, but definitely this conversation has to continue. I would just like to say that we still have a second day. Attendees, participants, please don't forget that we have the second day of the conference workshop starts tomorrow at 10 a.m. Okay, the workshop follows at 1:30 in the afternoon. We have a performance by Johannes Spiritu and Ivor Fojas, and the link to that, I believe, is included in the program that has been sent to you. That concludes our first day of the conference. Thank you very much, everybody, our esteemed panelists and our heritage team. Please stay for a bit after we go off the live stream. Yes, so thank you very much for being here, for your participation, for your insights. Have a pleasant evening. Thank you, everybody.